the notes are there, so.
Okay. Being 5:31, I'll now call to order the regular meeting of the Community Redevelopment Agency, the 16th day of March, 2026, in the Government Center of the great town of Lake Placid. If everybody would please rise, we'll have an invocation and a pledge. Let us pray. To our gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for another glorious day in paradise, better known as Lake Placid, Florida. And we thank you for all the blessings that you have given us and others. And we hope that you will continue to do so. Please bless this board and the regular board tonight as they make decisions that are not only for the best interests of our town, but for our residents, our outlying communities, and our great county. And please, O Lord, bless our troops around the world who are protecting our freedom. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd ask everybody to make sure your phones are either off or on vibrate. We appreciate it. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Holbrook?
Here.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Hayes?
Here.
Councilmember Worley?
Here.
Councilmember Charles?
Here.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Here.
Board Member Frank Hartzell? Board Member Ken LeBlanc?
Here.
All right. Public comments that's not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll continue. We'll go to the consent agenda under A and B. First is the approval of the agenda.
Be one motion.
Oh, for both?
For consent
All right, one
agenda.
motion for both A and B.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. A motion to approve both agendas?
Well, yeah, no, the consent agenda. He was just reading
I'm
off
sorry.
A.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments from the podium? Seeing none, I'll take it to the audience. Seeing none there, bring it back. Poll the council, please.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes? Oh, should have been Ken.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's Ken LeBlanc who was the second, but I got it.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
Mayor Holbrook?
Yes.
And Board Member, Hartzell's absent. Okay, we're good.
All right, now we go to number 4. It would be the Town of Lake Placid Redevelopment 2024-2025 Annual Report.
Do you want me to? Can I have the twirler thing? I mean, that's twirler thing, right? So as part of the 163 chapter that governs our CRA board, once a year we are required to advertise. The advertisement will be done in the newspaper, and the annual report will be placed on our website. That's a requirement. So I've drafted the annual report. It comes before you guys. It's a presentation only. There's no really, unless you find something wrong with it in it. But and then it'll go before the town council for another review following this meeting, because it has to go to the governing board also. So, where am I? So each element of the annual report is governed by 163, so a lot of the elements that you see in there is what's required to be in there. So a lot of the things, I'm getting there. So if you see the cover page, when we adopted the and adopted the CRA documents. Central Florida Region Planning had that design, and I kept it throughout. So we have the same thing. You just have your table of contents, who your board members are, who your staff is. And we go back to a little bit of the history. A lot of this is pulled out of our CRA documents. There was a finding of necessity was done. That's the reporting, our mission statement. Another requirement is to show our map, to be within to show the public where our boundary is. Basically, last year's 24-25 budget as it was adopted, the expenditures thus far. Once the audit is prepared and completed for 24-25, that will be put on the website on the CRA. So once it's audited, it will go on. And I notate that throughout. And you see I notate it there. Just a recap of the performance data, kind of takes all that and kind of puts it just in there. You can see when we first established, we were with $54,325,680 for assessed values at the time. We are now at $82,062,804 in our CRA district assessed value. This is kind of just y'all are familiar. I know the town council is familiar with the documents of DR 420 and everything we put through for the tax year. This is just a breakdown of that showing the numbers. One of the things that is in our documents is for affordable housing. I do have to report that no expenditures for affordable housing for low income was expended. That's another requirement. And so here I'm showing some of our projects so we can show the public as they are able to pull this up off the website, some of the projects. We had our Stewart Park pavement improvements. You can see what it looked like before. Now it's looking really pretty. And then we had the Lake Richard sidewalk improvement. So you can see what it looked like before and now after. So I have a lot of before and afters here, thanks to Harry and Alan, because I always tell them, take before and after pictures. So then the Dell Hall rehab. That was kind of hard to get some of the pictures, the before and afters, but I think I captured it. That was the before. The bathroom area was made ADA compliant. The exit signs were put in. That's just an overall look. And then you had your flower pot and paver project. So there's some before and after pictures. And just going through, just so the public can take a look at all the projects that were done. Here's our planned projects for the 25-26. Any projects that weren't done in 24-25 were rolled over by the board, and we're including in the budget. You'll see when I move on to the next update on the projects, I made some corrections that weren't put there, but they're all correct on here. And that's really about it. And if anybody ever has any questions, they can call me, and we'll have these available if they need a printed copy. It will be on the website effective tomorrow. I'll have an advertisement in the newspaper. All of this is due by March 31st. So it'll come before this board, and then I'll do another quick presentation at the town council following this. And that's about it. Any questions?
I did notice it might just be the timing that the 100,000 for Hillcrest is still here, but is that just because of the timing?
It's the timing, because it was in your 24-25.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
And the only comment I have is that for affordable housing and low income, I do take issue with, we haven't done anything because the sidewalk that was on Waldo Aliff behind the Dollar General, those people that walk on that are from our downtown area that don't have cars and that. So I believe that is for our low-income affordable housing. I think that sidewalk, the only people that walk on it that I see are people from the neighborhood that can't afford cars, and they do take their little push buggies and stuff. But I do take issue with that because I think that was an issue when we did it, that people from the downtown area couldn't access that plaza, and we did that. So I believe that is low income. I don't know that it really falls under affordable housing, but I think it is the
That's
people
defined.
from our downtown area that can't afford cars to go to our plaza, and that's why we did that. So I want to make that comment. Thank you.
Yeah, I just go by what. the
I
actual-
know that, Eva,
But
I
you
know
make-
that, but I'm
but
just
you
saying,
make a good
because I know what goes on over there, I see it every day, but I never see anybody walk over there except the people that really need to have to access that by walking. I mean, I don't walk over there, I drive, I'm sorry, but I do have a car, and I'm thankful for that, but I'm just saying, that's the people that we did that for, because that's who uses it. Thank you.
Debra, you said Waldorf. What sidewalk have we put off of Waldorf behind Dollar General? Because this sidewalk is Lake Richard, which is over by Serenity Village, so I'm not certain what
that-
sidewalk you're referring to.
The one behind Dollar General.
That
There's
was
a-
done a couple of years ago.
Oh, okay,
So
I was
that
going to
is
say, I
another
don't recall in
sidewalk.
this project, in our budget. Okay.
So I have a question. So, seeing that, no expenditures for affordable housing and low-income and middle-income residents, when I went to the Florida Redevelopment Association conference, and a lot of people were talking about a lot of things that they're doing in a lot of areas with their CRAs. And, one of the things that they do a lot of is they help with low-income housing in their areas to improve the blight. They have matching grants for things like roofs, for windows, for yard cleanup, for all kinds of things. And do we have the ability to do anything, or is it this? I know we've talked about facade grants, and for some reason we can't seem to do those with our CRA. Is it the same thing with housing?
I did ask Central Florida Regional Planning. They are here, and we call them our subject matter experts. And on the facade grants, I am being told that we can do that. I'm going to allow them to come and be able to speak to that. I think it would be beneficial for this group to be able
Yeah.
to talk to that.
And if you could talk to also the neighborhood that is in our CRA that has blight and slum in it, do we have the ability to have a program that can help alleviate that slum and blight in those areas with CRA dollars? And how would we do it?
And let me just add to that, because I think that's very important, and we touched on it in the past but never went anywhere. When you read under the mission of the CRA, it says to eliminate and prevent conditions of slum and blight by funding eligible infrastructure projects. So we touch on it, exactly that. I don't know that we as a board have really further discussed projects that would support that.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hi there, Benicia Frazier, Central Florida Regional Planning Council. There were a couple of questions. You might have to repeat them, but broadly speaking, your CRA plan allows you to move forward with infrastructure programs and beautification programs, both of which facade programs would fall under. So yes, you have the ability to move forward with a facade program.
Into the residential neighborhood, can we help with housing, or slum and blight in the residential neighborhood?
Your CRA plan does speak to housing, increasing increasing access to housing and infill housing. So yes, you have the ability to move forward with housing initiatives.
So let me ask you about that, because we have a lot of places we could infill housing. I mean, I've even considered trying to do a low-income housing project in the downtown. I just don't know how to do it, financially and make it work. So what kind of things can the CRA do to help facilitate a low-income housing project, infill project in the downtown?
So housing programs are pretty complicated. My suggestion would be that you have the opportunity to reach out to FRA, the Florida Redevelopment Association, to provide you with some additional guidance in terms of any housing-related programs you would like to move forward with. In addition to that, there are a number of communities that are within close proximity to the area. CRAs are very friendly. We all know each other. You have the ability to reach out to your neighboring communities and ask for additional information as to how to move forward with a housing program, for example.
I will say that I worked with Rebuilding Together And I mean, these are plans that I haven't revisited. But anyway, we had 5 houses awarded in our downtown area for repairs. They did roofing, they did built porches, they did softened fascia. And so Rebuilding Together put the AmeriCorps kids and the kids, which I don't think exist anymore, out at the Correctional Institute. There was a program out there for youth, and they actually funded us. I asked them, and they gave us 5 houses. We actually did work on 5 houses, repairing roofs, softened fascia, and building them porches and ramps. So that might be an opportunity. I don't know if Rebuilding Together, I haven't revisited that in a while, but that was a project that we did in Lake Placid that actually did go to homeowners, and there was no cost to them, no cost to the town.
So I wonder if we're getting a little off track, that we first need a motion on Eva's presentation, so I'll make a motion
It
to.
doesn't really require one, but you can give a motion.
You've got a motion here, recommended motion, we don't need that?
No, unless we're making changes, we don't need
Yeah,
it.
no, this was a
Okay, so she can,
presentation for informational only.
very informative, I appreciate. I think every time once a year when we read the details, it does stir further questions and how we basically have been conducting business, and do we fall within the original charter of the CRA, or maybe there's some changes that might be needed. So thank you, Eva, for a formative presentation. I support it.
Okay.
Any additional questions?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
So tonight's my night, I guess. So we reviewed, or I went through, and I gave you all the memo. The memo's there, it was posted up there. A couple of questions came up at the last minute, started me questioning, did I have dollar numbers correct? And I found a couple of areas from the August 18th meeting. That was a meeting that, there was a lot of jumping around that, and I was able to pull it all together, and I've made those necessary corrections. And doing that, I've also set up a new, and I worked with Rachel too and getting some of these numbers to really go through it. The actual background, just kind of how I went in and corrected everything and what I did to research that, and just kind of gave an overview of that. So when we move forward, we're looking to establish project numbers within the ADG accounting software. That's going to allow us to put the projects where they need to be, so we can do some easier reporting through ADG to help us with this new format. So we'll be setting those up. It's going to take a little time to get those set up in ADG, and then everything having to do with a particular project will fall within that code. What I also did was, so as we, I lost my mouse. Yep. No? I did. Oh, there we go. There's something wrong with it. It's kind of giving me a hard time.
Having a bit of a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So I went through and reviewed all the numbers, make sure that they're correct, okay? Went back to the August meeting and then our last February meeting. So everything's been adjusted to where it needed to be. And we're going to do the project numbers now in our ADG accounting software that'll allow us to be able to report and let them clump to the right project numbers, the dollar amounts. And then we've enhanced the reporting format to hopefully make easier to understand and easier for us to put in our notes and keep you guys updated. So you'll see that. And then I just kind of went through, these were all the in and outs that I was just showing you. I pulled them right for the minutes, made sure that everything was accurate, and allocation. So this is the ADG report. You'll see the blue column. When we did the budgeting, you'll see that we had $45,000 for roads, then park upgrades, but then we left everything under the uncategorized area. That should have got split out, so we're going to take everything that's in this following report, and Rachel's going to go ahead and break them out so they're categorized properly in ADG. Because I think at the time, we were just trying to, I'm not sure what happened, but anyway. So this is the new report. It's a main spreadsheet that will now feed into this summary sheet. It will show you your project name. It will give you the new project number, gives you the GL account that it's assigned to, and the responsible lead, and basically status. So this one would be a transfer out. This was a town council CRA approval, funds transferred to roads for Waldo Aloff Road on the CRA meeting on February 16th. So that's where you took some of that funding from your Hillcrest, no, this was from the Dahl Hall property for the parking, yes. Could have notated that a little bit better, but anyway, it'll get better as we move forward. And what happens is staff is going in and they're going to update the spreadsheet. It'll feed into here and give you updates. This is the Dahl Hall irrigation. So Harry was in charge of the building. Alan Kiefer is in charge of the park, actually, itself. He wrote some notes here just to, and I'm sure you guys read it, but that's going to need a submersible pump. It's going to need a well drilled. This is going to be a little more expensive. He wants to wait till we install any new playground equipment before we go forward that. The other thing you'll see under the Taylor Park irrigation, he's going to make the recommendation to move that funding to this line so it can cover the, once you get there, you get to the well pump and you get to all of that, you're going to have enough funding to get that done. But he would like to wait until whatever playground equipment, and we'll get to that as we go through this. Any questions at this point? Okay. Dahl Hall Playground. So we were asked to go out and go for RFP. Not RFP, FERDAP grant. We did that. We did not make the list. So we fell beyond the list. There's a list when they do their rankings. I think there was 57 on this list. When I did the pickleball, there was 60-something on the list. So it changes every year. That's up to the state on how they do that. You did allocate for $50,000 for a match. I think what Alan's probably going to ask for is there are some pieces, we could add some to that park with the $50,000. That wouldn't be very expensive. Maybe a wall climber. He gave a couple of examples, but that's something you can check on. So multiple smaller pieces that we could get for that.
So let me jump in here. So we didn't get a FERDAP grant.
Correct.
But I had mentioned this at the last meeting, and maybe the timing is perfect. April 16th is the next RPAC meeting. So maybe we could come back to the April 12th Town Council meeting with, you know, a proposal to go. I mean, did we ask FERDAP for 50,000?
We asked FERDAP for 100 because the structure where we were looking at was a slide, and it was really a small structure because they're very, they're very costly. I think it was 115,000? I think it was 115,000 that the one that we priced out fell in within the category.
And what was our match on that?
The match would have been 50, but then we would have asked for the rural waiver for that. But
So, and I think the RPAC is like 50-50, right?
yes, RPAC is now 50.
So we've budgeted 50,000, or we've.
You have a $50,000 budget for playgrounds for Dahl Hall.
So we could go to RPAC for another 50 to give us 100,000.
And it is my understanding that you can have two going with RPAC. Now, they've changed some of the rules and how much you can ask for. So, yes.
Oh, yeah, we actually have our RPAC district representative here.
So
If we,
she's done too.
yeah, is she doing too? Or is that a peace sign?
Yeah. So we do have the updated application, and we could bring that back. So that was it for that, and I'll let Alan at the next meeting kind of say what kind of playground equipment he was looking at, so.
I was going to say it's the Willie Goat because that seems to be the most popular right now. It's one of the Willie Goat playgrounds. He did send that in an email so I can filter that out to you.
And once we get the well and the irrigation, it might be nice to have a couple dancing fountains. You know, there's different types of splash pads that range from the full to just some type of water play, whether it's, fountains or something. So I think his idea of building on it is a good idea, start with the structure and then each year, build on.
So at the last meeting on the building rehab, Harry was correct. As I always admit. The Dahl building rehab had been completed. There was carryover invoices into the new budget year. So that's why you're seeing the negative $5,120.47, because that fell into the new budget year, just crossed over. So you do have a negative amount there that you can reallocate to make that to zero. I think the Dahl building is pretty much complete. You did have, as we go through, you're going to see there was an $5,005 left over on the Stewart Park pavers, so there's a little offset there. You don't have to make the adjustment tonight. We can, go over it and kind of just think about how you want to do that. The Dahl patio, Harry has said he's had trouble obtaining estimates. Council CRA has not stated whether to continue due to the possible Boys and Girls Club use. More funds may be needed if project proceeds. So it's just something to put on your radar on what he kind of was putting out there. I'm just reporting because, I don't know. I get nervous with this stuff, so y'all know that already. Dahl trees, landscaping, project dependent upon irrigation plan. So again, the landscaping is all predicated on Dahl for that irrigation that we talked about earlier. I ran into a little snag here because I didn't have a line for the move of the stormwater for $70,000, and I'm going to have to redo it. So I counted this as a utility. I will be breaking that out because we had $32,000 for septic to sewer built into the CRA budget. And then you added, you transferred last month from the Hillcrest project, $70,000 for stormwater management. So I will be breaking these two out to two different projects. I just wasn't able to get that.
Can I ask a question about septic to sewer? Is that specifically for people taking, their septic, that are on septic now to get them onto sewer, or does it allow to run lines to capture new houses onto the existing system?
It was pulled out, but my understanding now, this predates me, so someone on council may be able to actually answer this, but to my understanding, based off of what I was told by Kevin, and then also from some of the knowledge, is that it was for lines. It was for the lines in the ground. But we pulled that out, so it's no longer part of the plan.
It's on there still.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
There had been a
So
discussion
some
to
of the
pull it
money
out,
is
yes.
still, it's just grouped with the other things, so you're going to separate
I'm
it
going to
out.
separate those out.
So
because
how
it's
much
just
money is still?
$32,000 for the septic to sewer. For
So we
lines.
do have the
It's an
ability,
infrastructure. It's an infrastructure.
right, so we do have the ability to use that money, because I know of a place where we could run 3-inch lines and capture a bunch of houses that will be built in the downtown area, and so it could theoretically be allocated towards something like that. Okay.
I guess
just
what
wanna understand.
what I recall from the Kevin, recommendations, it was for certain businesses that are that are or not, and so it's more the businesses in the downtown area that are either on older grinder pumps or older, and to put, this money was to try to get them off of what they have, and some never went on it in the first place, to have them hook up to the new. That's what I recall. It was in the downtown area for a lot of the businesses.
So business is only, not residential?
It wasn't at that time, but,
Right.
and I think then there was a whole discussion, well, can you use it for septic, or can't you use it? And it got into that. What does the charter say you can and can't? And then it just kind of sat there because the sewer plant needed to be completed first. And I think a lot of the money was moved out for other projects.
All right, so if we identify projects and we talk about it and we want to vote to do it, we theoretically could do projects like that. Does every project on septic to sewer have to come to us to be approved? Like, say somebody wants to get off commercially off of a septic tank and wants, is willing to get onto sewer, it comes back to us to vote on it?
No, this is septic to sewer for CRA projects. The CRA board has control, but for the utility, if you have folks that want to get onto the utility that live coincidentally in the CRA district, you're still gonna have to go through the utility department. Just 32,000 of it could help fund some of it. That would have to get approved through the CRA board, but overall projects, I think, for the septic to sewer project will still go through town council and still go through the utility.
I think what we're saying is we had 32,000 for septic to sewer, and we had no money for stormwater drainage. So what we tried to determine is, well, how are we going to fund stormwater drainage, because it's a priority? And then we made the decision to move the 32,000 in and take some money from the Hillcrest property and move it in. So I think on this line item, to what you were saying, is it's somewhat misleading as the project's saying septic to sewer because we don't have the infrastructure name or something like that on ADP.
The
So
septic-
are we saying then 102,000?
No, so the septic to sewer, when I did the research, was still within your line items. We added the 70,000 for stormwater. I just didn't break out the stormwater into a different line. Now, you could make the decision to say we want to have that septic to sewer 32,000, the whole 102,000 go for stormwater. And
Okay,
you could do
okay,
that.
okay, yeah, because I know that 32,000, we've kicked that in many meetings,
kicked
and we've
in,
drained from that, so.
It's been kicked in and kicked out. I think this last run it was kept in.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I
so
think-
right now, we're 70 for infrastructure that we moved from Hillcrest, and we still have 32,000 for septic to sewer
Yes,
from the
yes,
original.
yes.
Got it.
And we don't need to solve it tonight, but in the future, let's define who's eligible and under what circumstances they could use the 32,000.
I agree with that because, we're never going to use the 32,000 unless we identify exactly how we're using it or what opportunities. If somebody's going to get off septic tank onto sewer, it's typically an emergency. Their drain field no longer works. They want to get a new drain field. We say, no, you're in this area. You have sewer. You need to tie into city sewer. But we have this money that can help you pay for it. Well, the money's got to, we can't wait till the next meeting, CRA meeting, to be able to approve it. So if we have a program or don't have a program, and should have a program, it needs to be usable by people on an emergency basis when that situation happens, I would think, right? And then the other thing is that I do think we should be able to run some lines to capture undeveloped. We have a lot of properties in downtown that are not developed, that are sitting empty. You could build houses on, and we probably have 100 plus, lots that are vacant that could have houses on them in downtown. And so if you have, 5 houses that are going to get built on a street and, you're not that far from city sewer, maybe we ought to run the sewer line down the street, for all the lots that are empty. I know a couple of streets that are just have a lot of empty lots and are very easy to tie into city sewer for the city if they just run the lines. So I think we need to make a concerted effort to decide that we want to do something, and what are we going to do with that money? Or it'll just sit here forever.
I think the thought was that we needed to put the lines in first, and then we would talk about getting people grant money or assistance in order to help them hook up to those lines and to decommission their septic tanks at that point. But as I recall, Kevin was saying to us at that time that we needed to put the lines in first and then worry about the hookups. That's what I recall, but I don't always recall correctly, but I think that's what he was saying.
I just want to say again, the only one in the room that is actually on sewer downtown. There's plenty of lines in for residential and business that are not hooked in, that are being charged. I believe they're being charged monthly, even though they're not hooked in. Those lines are in. And but again, we're going back to the utility program that we heard about. Okay, we're going to have a program. So this program can identify certain areas. Again, that's why we need the utility program so much, so we can identify an area and say, what do we do in this area? Well, we have lines in, and we have low-income people. So the last go-round, we did have a program for low-income people, but they weren't knowledgeable enough, and they didn't have people to help them to hook into it. They didn't know how to fill out the forms. They didn't know how to do that. So now, those lines are in the ground for both businesses and residential, and that we need to identify every area. I would say one is south of Interlake, one is over Serenity West, in that area over there, because that's prime development, and we need to look at that to get them on sewer. I think that's going to help the town with our tax base. So I'm just saying, our program that we're trying to work with now, that we've approved, we can designate certain areas and look at those areas, then we can compare them all, and then we can make a decision. That's why we need the programs.
So let's not solve it tonight. Let's leave it to staff to make recommendations on how they would like who qualifies, where it goes, and so forth.
I agree. We need somebody to create a program. Yeah.
So the next you have Devane Park gazebo structural, so there's 75,000. Alan's comments are an educated estimate for the gazebo rail is pending. His guess is about 40 to 50,000. Preferred material for railing at steel or thick gauge aluminum. Unknown if engineering is required or due to ADA regulations. So these are comments from Alan, just to keep you updated on those, maybe just to think on for the next meeting as he tries to get some estimates in, because I know he's contacted a couple of times to try to get these dollar amounts.
Some of the comments to that Alan has said is that whenever he's had contractors come out, is that they don't want to repair, that they believe that we've patched it and that at this point it needs to be totally rehaul. So they won't give him quotes to even repair it, which is why he's having difficulty.
I'm sorry, I'm getting the other mouse because this one's making me crazy.
It's being temperamental.
It ain't working. Oh, there it is. It's working, but you can see it's not. Oh, I don't know, I got it now. Let's see. Okay. Sorry about that. Park benches. We allowed it for 40,000. Multiple bench design options were presented. Ultimately, no specific style. This is coming from Alan's comments. Material size was chosen unknown. If committee wants one style bench for the parks and a different style for sidewalks, or all uniform. So prices range from $500 to $1,500, which can limit the amount purchased. There are currently 82 benches throughout town, 46 of which are in parks and 36 at various locations. A specific design needs to be decided on before we know how many can be purchased.
Some of the other comments regarding to the park bench base, where we already have the concrete that they're on, he said that they were made for the benches to be 6 foot, and so if we go past 6 foot, then we have to keep in mind that that may mean that we have to add more around the concrete base at the bottom. So just something to keep in mind. We've been having those conversations. He said if we want him to pick what he believes may be suitable with 6 foot, then he can do that. And then also to have the coordination with the chamber, because some of the benches, all of the benches were sponsored through a chamber program. So it would take coordination with the Chamber of Commerce as well.
I thought we chose a bench that they were going to purchase and put together and let us look at. Did that ever happen or no? Or we never made that decision?
We didn't make the decision, and then this was the conversation at the time too, is because I think, if I recall correctly, we had picked the larger bench, and then we came back with questions about, do we need the partition in the middle so that people aren't sleeping on the benches? If that's what I recall. Of course, the board, please weigh in if there's anything different, but that was what we recalled when we had the conversation.
I think the other part of that conversation was we didn't want it to be terribly ornate because it would be too difficult to keep clean.
Correct.
So I think there's two issues there. One, you don't want it long enough to sleep on comfortably, or you have to put the divider in the middle, and then you want it to be something that we can clean.
So to move this forward, you're going to have to come to us with some samples and say, do you want me to buy one of these? And then we'll buy it, look at it, decide if we like it, or buy a couple, choose between them.
You brought samples.
We did.
Yeah, we've already had samples. If you go in the minutes, I think you'll find pictures of the samples that we already have. Yeah.
I mean, physical samples, or are you just saying pictures?
I think you just got pictures.
Just pictures.
Yeah, they don't send physical samples unless you purchase them,
Correct.
so.
Right, but I don't know, I just thought we had got to that point. So, so I guess the only way this is going to move forward is if you bring it back up to us in a package and say, let's choose between these, and if we can all make a motion and agree to one, then we could at least order one to look at.
So I think we have to, if we're going to do this right, I think we should go back to the chamber and have them see what they want to do too, because this is in coordination with the exercise stations that they're going to put around the Devane Park. So at least the benches for Devane Park should be consistent with what they want to do for the exercise stations. Now, if we want to do a different bench for downtown, that, you know, I don't have really an issue with that, but I think if we're going to do a bench around the park and we're going to pair with Advent Health, I think we need to pay attention to that.
I think that's fine. Yeah, if they want to come back to us and tell us where they think benches should be in relationship to the stations they're putting in and what size bench, what kind of benches, that's all fine. But I definitely think downtown we have a lot of cheap, cheesy benches that we could replace with something that's a little classier. Yeah, and I think we need to make that decision because we already know what they like, you know, downtown.
Well,
So-
I was going to say, I believe one of the questions that Alan had asked before was if you have a specific style that you believe would be best, to send that to the staff as well so that we can see what ideas you have for the downtown area. That would help us.
Personally, I like the ones that Sebring has in their circle.
Yes.
Well, yeah, maybe we could all go to Sebring and look at the benches they have. It's not a bad idea. Are they in the park in Sebring, like the Circle Park you're talking about? Yeah, okay. I'll take a look at those. If everybody else can take a look when they're down there, and if we all like them, maybe that's the easy way to do it.
Yeah, I like that idea because they've already been vetted out, so they already, and then they have costs assigned to them. So, but again, I don't, if no, we talked about there's too many benches that aren't being used in front of the college, which aren't the most, maybe that's not where we want to put them everywhere, but if we have a need for them, they're not being used in front of the college. So, and those are donated benches, so they have the little donation sign on them, but I don't think that people would mind if they're being used in another part of town. So we might be able to use some of those benches in another part of town. We talked about that a long time ago.
We could probably move some down to the ball fields too, out of town, that we replaced.
So the downtown signage project, that's all, 25,000 set for that. That's gotta have sign code changes, for different, signage that you wanna do. I know part of it's wayfinding signs. I know, Dennis Murray was working on that. I'm not sure where that is at for wayfinding signs. I think we had pictures.
So is Central Florida Regional Planning Council going to come back to us with changes to the sign code that would work for that? That's the plan?
Yes.
After the historic downtown master plan, right?
Yeah.
And that was my question. They're lead on this one?
Yes, they are.
So what, okay, so maybe the next meeting, we can get what the timing is?
It's being incorporated with the downtown revitalization plan.
When are we going to see the final on that? Do you know?
They're here.
Right, good evening. For the record, Jennifer Cotto, Salisbury with the Central Florida Regional Planning Council. We have the plan online right now for comment. The goals and the renderings are there for public comment. And I believe last week at the workshop we talked to Town Council closing that comment period at the end of the month, and then providing the completed draft the beginning of April. I apologize, I was listening and I heard signs, and there is no easy task with signs. So I just wanted to, we can provide renderings of what signage may look like. You do have a detailed sign code, which was developed a little while back, so I think I missed something when you all were talking about signs.
Well, I think we realized that we have to change our sign code to a code that allows the wayfinding signage we want to put in. At least that's my understanding. So I think we're asking if you are going to supply the wordage for the sign ordinance that would work to have wayfinding signs and banners maybe on poles, those types of things.
We can provide some conceptual language for town consideration. We have found with town sign codes, those can be very detailed, but we can provide the concepts for the language for the town to consider.
Yeah, I think we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're just trying to make the wheel move faster. So, yeah.
I think with reference to the sign code, we may need to reinvent the wheel a little bit, because otherwise I don't think we're going to get what the bang for our buck out of the signs that we put up. But I also don't want to go crazy so that we have, in some of my crime prevention programs, you see this sign that has 37 arrows and they're all going this way, and, we don't have that either. So there is a middle ground. There's a nice middle ground.
We are also looking at, through the American Planning Association Florida chapter, we sent it out. I know I sent it to council, but I don't know that I sent it to the CRA board, so to speak. But they have pro bono planning expertise where they can come in and provide services free for planning, and this would be one that we would apply for. They provide the services at no cost, high-quality planning assistance for pre-identified, smaller scope projects, so we're planning to apply for that through them.
So the signs falls within the next one, the banners and the flags, right? Which is something we've also been talking about. So those are both in Central Florida Planning's area?
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, the same thing. I'm certain that there's other cities that, what are they doing? What are their ordinances? Is that something that we can use versus, starting from square one? I don't know. But it's been 2 years that we've been talking about this almost. It'd be nice to try to get something move forward.
Yeah, I had, when we first started talking about this a couple years ago, I looked online and I found Stuart, Florida, close enough to drive to and look at if you want to. They've got a whole program of how they institute wayfinding signage, how they charge to get on the system. They have the forms, the applications, and everything, and we could just take all their stuff and use it for ourselves. I think we even asked them. They said, sure, go ahead. And so they've got a pretty good program, and it's not 100 signs like you're talking about. It's a reasonable amount of signs, and it looked great, So I mean, that's one that I think I had brought up way back when, that we could revisit again and look at. But I agree with you. We don't need to start from scratch on everything. We'll never get anything done if we just kind of adopt ones that look the way we want them. Yeah.
I'll send that out because I do have that. I can send it out to everyone.
Yeah.
So are you saying that this company that you're talking would do pro bono work, they would do it, or Central Florida Planning would do it?
Central Florida Regional Planning, they are putting it in with our downtown revitalization plan, and then as part of our services, they are assisting us with the application process for that, to the pro bono services.
But on these two items, it shows them as the lead.
Yes, that's correct.
So that would stay them as the lead?
Until we get approved. If we are chosen, then that would change.
Then
and
it would flip
slip
over to that company?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm back. So as part of your downtown plan, we'll provide options, just for clarification. but we're definitely not offering to rewrite your sign code. We've been there. But we will provide options. What you all are talking about is temporary signage. And over time, there should be provisions to allow for that, so.
Charlotte, have you ever contacted the Central Florida Crime Prevention Association? They have a lot of stuff on their, they do a lot of research and things on signs, and I can provide you the information for that. It just might be another resource.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the banners, we kind of talked about sign code, that takes some time.
you, Eva.
Oh, I got to get right up here. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's kind of, that's better. So the banners, we talked about, that again is going to have sign code changes. Streetscaping, this particular line item is shared between Harry and Alan, because Alan kind of taking care of the lighting, and then Harry takes care of some of the streetscaping. So that $9,314 that's been expended, that was for the West Interlake area planting that they did. I'm just doing the best I can to reporting of what he has told me, but kind of gave you an update. And so they just went through the whole lighting. Is this where you want to test samples of the lighting? Mm-hmm. So Alan has expended lighting. I was directed by committee to purchase 1 to 2 post tops as a test sample, and higher lumen light bulbs for an area of test ground coverage. Light bulbs cannot be purchased with CRA funds, and motion from the town council is likely required to utilize funds from the current streets budget for this purpose. $770 for 9 bulbs, half of Devane Park. And it gives some pricing. 2 companies have been contracted for an estimated purchase individual post-top light fixtures with no response of yet. I'm not sure if this is the same thing that he's got, but.
Just clarification, that 9,300 that you talked about, isn't that part of the whole landscape, Interlake Main Street landscape plan?
So you had the flower pot project.
Right.
And then you had streetscaping, and this is where they put the planting that went to west.
But the whole east, I mean, all down Interlake, not just pots, but on Interlake,
This particular
we
night
cleaned
that-
up and we planted a lot. And then you're saying this is on the west side? Where's-
That's what I was told, West Interlake planting and labor portion. I can give you further information when Harry gets back, and he can shoot you an email, because I don't know anything more than that.
West Interlake portion, meaning from 27 to Main Street?
No. It's west of Main,
Or you're thinking Main Street to Devane Park?
yes. That little corner right there.
Oh,
Am I
okay, right at the corner where the Foot Doctor
I
is.
believe that's.
The Foot
where it is.
Doctor and
Okay.
the I Robbed the Bank mural?
Okay.
But I remember last time we talked about that was going to be like a phase 2 of the whole Interlake project, so.
I wish I could answer that, but I'll have Harry shoot you an email,
Okay.
and give you a little more update on that, and then update you at the next meeting, because
Okay.
I don't know.
To me, it looks like they've already done it.
I was going to say, he had planned to be here. He was unexpectedly unable to attend, and he sent me an update earlier. He said 5 pots and 4 paver areas with irrigation, one in front of the PD where an old tree is, and that they are taking out. And he said that the exact spots were in his office, so
That's for flower
on
pots.
a map that he has.
Okay, I just want to voice a concern. When you're talking about doing, for instance, half of Devane Park, and as it's coming up in a few minutes, some bollard lighting on Stewart Park, half of this. Lighting processes it's very important that the lighting is consistent and universal across the total property. So I don't think we should be considering half lighting, because then you're going to have bright spots and dark spots. What you want is consistent lighting all the way across the property, whatever it is that you're talking about. So my concern is that We don't want to make dark spots, and we don't want to make extra super light spots. We want to make a consistent, raise the consistent level of lumens across these properties. So I'm not going to be in favor of any halfways. I would rather do all of one park or all of another park rather than half of each. It just doesn't make sense to do half of each. We're creating a possible disaster in that situation.
I think, wasn't he just buying light bulbs to test it out and see if the higher wattage light bulbs were going to solve the problem versus having to replace the lights themselves? So that was my understanding. He was buying light bulbs and he was going to test it out in the park, and if he thought that we had adequate lighting from those light bulbs, then we would just change light bulbs. And if that wasn't enough, then we would look at replacing the top set lights. So I think that's why he was only looking at doing some of the park, not the whole park, so we didn't waste money with something that we were just going to end up saying didn't work anyways. That's what I remember.
Yeah, that's well and good. We can take a look at it, but I would not want it to be installed where people would be utilizing it if we're only doing half the park, because then we are creating a situation where if somebody got hurt, we would be liable for that, I think. Our attorney was probably going to throw something at me about now, but I think we would be. It's been my experience that's the case.
Yeah, I thought he was just going to buy a few bulbs. I didn't think he was going to buy half the park. He was going to try a few bulbs and try it and then compare it next to what was next to it and see if it was worthwhile or not, but whatever. And then I guess we might as well talk about this. You know, you had got a price on some Acorn lights. You know, I thought what I was trying to figure out was, is there a way to put a cap on our Acorn lights, existing Acorn lights, that would be a reflector to reflect it down? I called this company here today and asked them about that, and they said no. You couldn't. You'd have to just buy a new light, or you could buy these things that go inside on top of the light bulbs, and they basically, they're night sky lights, so they stop lighting up and they only light down. But he couldn't tell me that it was going to increase the light coming down, and he said if you changed 8 LED lights, which I think we have, he said it could capture heat inside of that thing, and so he didn't really recommend it in that situation. But then I asked him about, you know, what about the down lights? And, you know, he showed me one here, and I'll just pass this down. I mean, this might be a cheap, cheesy one that we don't want, but, you know, there's, you know, $343 for a new light. Yeah, you pass those down. I mean, that's, you know, if that's true, that's not a horrible price to replace the cap. Now, we might not be able to fit this on our pole. That's a whole nother thing. You got to get the one that fits our pole. But I think, you know, they were going to try a light bulb, see if it worked. If it did, then it's a cheap, easy thing to do all through town if we want, to buy us more time or maybe solves the problem forever. So I suppose at this point, he probably should just follow through with that. Buy a few bulbs, try it, let us go look at it, see what we think, right? Before we go to the extreme of trying to find another light to go on top. So if that doesn't work, we go to the next step, which is try another light.
This light, thank you for doing the research, but this is not a pretty light.
Yeah. And
this is not decorative.
And I realize it's not an Acorn, but it's what I see towns all over the place going to, is they're going to these new down lights that just simply shine down. So it may not be what we want. I mean, you know, we could, for $1,400, get a new Acorn that supposedly has a prismatic acrylic top that, you know, will shine light down. That would be another option, but that's like $1,400 or something. Right? Yeah, it's like
I don't think we
13
should
something.
spend a lot of time discussing this now, but I
Yeah.
truly believe there's got to be an intermediate here somewhere.
Yeah, so we just
some kind of
try the light bulb first,
Common ground, yeah.
see if it works, and then move on. Yeah, I agree.
I do believe that Alan purchased a few light bulbs to be able to try out. So he was working towards that. You will not see it off of this budget. It's going to come off of his other budget. So we'll have more to come on that.
So on the downtown flower pots, that was the other area that I made the correction, there was $15,000 towards that. You transferred the last meeting $5,000 to this budget, so you have about $20,000 left on that. And then I think, didn't you give the update just a minute ago on those
Yes.
pots? So those are on order for the ones on Interlake.
Just a question on that. I asked Harry, I think it was Harry, yeah, why they weren't done yet. And he had mentioned something about he didn't think we had enough money in the budget to do it, and we had to, at this meeting, allocate more money to that budget in order to be able to cover the cost of those pots.
So the correction was made. I went back and reviewed the last list based on some of the comments were here. I second guessed, went and double checked, went and listened to the meetings, went and looked at all the minutes and made the correction to that 15,000 that was allocated by the CRA board.
So we did put enough
You did.
money in at the
So you
last
have the
meeting,
money.
so it's in
He's got-
process.
yeah,
Okay,
He's
thank you.
got them ordered, and
5
He's-
pots in
they're
4
working on
vacant
it.
areas with irrigation.
Johns Park electrical, lighting. So there's 30,000 there. He reported that Johns Park property was given to the town by the Smoke family under the condition it cannot be used for any purpose other than a park. No historical record of this transaction has been discovered as of yet. It is unclear if doing altercations to the park are permitted under the agreement. Assuming we can move forward, he'd like to replace all the narrow and broken sidewalk, add several electrical outlets so the park can be decorated for the holidays, and add decorative lighting for safety.
Excuse my ignorance, but where is this park?
That's the one by the police department.
I thought so. Okay, thank you.
So that was the update from Alan. I can't really add anything to other than what he wrote there.
He did have ideas about some higher lighting fixtures that he believed would light it up and make it more appealing, and where it would be more inviting for people to come in and actually see it as a park and catch their attention. He did not send that to us in an email. He realized late last week that he was not going to be able to attend this meeting. So we can get that information, and then he has complained a lot about the electrical that they would have to use. There it goes, right out my brain. Extension cords, there we go, sorry. He's had to use extension cords for any time when they've done work down there, and so that's why he's looking for the electrical outlets.
And this is around where the current police department is. So when we vacate that building and it gets sold to someone else, then we have to be respectful to what, I think we need probably a little more legal review as to where we are with, where are the boundaries and what truly can be done with that park and what cannot by the agreement.
We will work with legal on that.
Is this lighting or electrical? Because it says lighting.
Says
Is it
lighting.
like night lighting? Do people use that park at night? It's just a very small, it's kind of like a lot, right?
Chief, do you have any background on this by chance? I know this was on here when I came on board.
We're discussing the one behind the police department, correct?
Correct.
It's been designated as a park in name only. It has not been separated from the actual police department properties, and it's changed names a couple times. People do not use that at night, and really there isn't a lot of lighting back there right now.
But I think, are you talking about Jerry's Park, which is right next to the police department?
Yes, it's,
I don't think that's this. This is further down where the bear is. And
Across from
You're
this.
talking
Okay.
about downtown next to.
Well, John's
Oh,
Park
yeah.
is further down Interlake, more east on Interlake.
Yeah.
It's just a cute small
a bigger
park.
park.
And it
It's
does-
got the bear there, it's
She is
got
right.
some
She's
benches.
I
Yeah.
had him confused.
Right, not
John's
next to the
Place.
police department.
Right. And we talked about this before, maybe trying to put bollard lights in there, because it was dark, and we could, maybe we could do solar-powered bollard lights or something like that. But I think the park is pretty dark. and-
it's very dark, but it is actually used by all the people that are going there to the gym. They'll go over to that park and do some
That's the other
working
one
out and
At
exercises as well.
night?
Yes, all times of the night.
I'm thinking maybe we could find something creative to, once we get the power there, if we could light up the trees from the ground up and, let me show some light.
It's the one with the big bear.
My apologies, I got confused.
Because I live downtown, I walk my little puppy down there, and it's nice because the other people I see down there pick up trash, which is nice, and I pick up trash. But anyway, yeah, it's over there by where Ridge Forest used to be, where TWQ is. There's a bear mural there, and it was, I don't know if it still is, I don't remember, if it's still going off all the time. It's supposed to be like, when you walk up to it, it goes, the sound of the bear in the forest goes off, but it was going off all the time. And I asked Tony, the barber, who's next door, I said, does that bother you? And I guess their walls are solid concrete, because he said it did not bother him. But anyway, yeah, it is kind of dark. And there's a staghorn fern there that is totally gorgeous. And I brought this up before. It's on a tree that leans over. And we need to put a brace under the tree, because in a next hurricane, thank goodness we didn't have any last year, but I'm afraid that that staghorn will be on the ground, and it will take a crane to lift it up. It's so big. Those it's very beautiful, but I think we need to put some kind of support underneath that where the staghorn is.
So just two quick comments is, one, if we have a park that has conditions associated with it, I think we need to know what those conditions are. So that's kind of the whole first step there. What are the conditions of that park? Clearly, I support broken sidewalks. We need to get those repaired. If there's electrical that's needed, so this sounds like it's many things going on with this park, which I think we need to understand. And then $30,000 is a lot of money as we're starting to talk about the various things around town that we need to do. But I think it starts with what are the conditions and what can you even do in that park.
Park Street sidewalk. It's intended to connect the sidewalk from the Chamber of Commerce to the Historical Society. At the time, former town engineer Dennis Murray was overseeing a feasibility. To his knowledge, a survey was done to verify property lines, but progress went no further due to potential concerns. I don't know what those concerns are. We got to do further research on what was going on with that. That was where we wanted to do a sidewalk from the Historical Society when the train was coming in and getting people moving up and down through the town. And so it kind of stopped right there, and we would have to do further research because this was during the staff changing.
Some of the concerns that I recall, one obviously was the flooding that we have that happens down there. And then also there was elevation issues with where the sidewalk is, the narrow part, and then how it goes up a hill. So those were some of the concerns, and we needed to be able to have a design that would be able to address the stormwater issues in addition to how we would do the connectivity.
And you would probably have a
There you go,
crosswalk issue as well. You'd have to have a
Yes.
crosswalk there, and I don't know, Chief, how close, can we put another crosswalk? Because we've got one already down by Journal Plaza. How closely could we put another crosswalk?
And then Margaret's.
I think he's checking it out now.
If I may? Is that okay, Mayor? Margaret Deere, Lake Placid Historical Society, just to give you a little bit of background on that, was prior to U.S. Sugar coming, we did a walk around town with Bert and Ray Royce, and I think Kevin may have been there the first time. It's a safety issue because there's a mural on the building and there's also a fire hydrant, so there's just street there, and folks stand up there backing off and taking pictures, and they'll try to go up that hill. That was more of where it began as a safety issue as much as it was anything else. And it kept kind of getting kicked down the curb because, as Kevin indicated, it was going to require engineering and coordination, I believe, with the county and all that and the roads. So anyway, that's just a little more info.
So maybe you're thinking that as we work on this drainage issue, we can incorporate sidewalk at the same time as that project along that route. So we solve the water, include a sidewalk. It's been thought thoroughly through at that time.
And allow the experts to be able to come back and give us some direction on how to move forward with that, yes.
Yeah, even if we get it started, if we get the sidewalk started and take it up to Maine, and, you know, with the drainage situation, if we could get that much done, then we could kind of go from there.
I think another, maybe a temporary thought is, it's interesting because there's like a sidewalk up to Maine, half of this block. So if you come from Maine to go walk down to the Historical Society, there is a sidewalk, and then it stops halfway. And then people get off the sidewalk and they walk in the street the rest of the way down. It's just a thought, Charlotte and, you know, Chief, is I'm thinking we own that street. That's a town street, right? West Park. Could we just, in the meantime, stripe so people can't park that little half circle, the half spot? So, I think after this meeting, in the next couple of days, if people walk over there, I keep looking at that, and I'm like, you walk down the sidewalk, then you have to come in the road and you have to come around the cars that are parking there. There's usually only 2 or 3 cars parking that, but could a temporary be no parking, stripe that so people can continue to walk separate from cars that are trying to park there or not? It's just a temporary thought until a sidewalk could continue its way down.
Is that between the Women's Club and the Health Department?
No, we're talking to right in front of the Historical Society.
Oh, right in front.
So
Okay.
there
Going
is
the
a
other way.
sidewalk that's West Park.
Okay.
There is a sidewalk from Main Street, and I'm going to call, if you go from Main Street to the Historical Society, it's a block. There's a half a block sidewalk. Then people come off of the sidewalk and they walk in the street down to the Historical Society. In the meantime, that half a sidewalk, people are parallel parking on West Park. So could one thought be no more parallel parking, and the people could at least continue, because that's where a sidewalk extension will end up going, somewhere down there. So, everybody take a look at that, and it's just a thought, is there a temporary, until a sidewalk could be done, that portion of the road becomes the sidewalk?
I think it's worth looking at, yeah. Just one side only.
Because, Nell, to your point, it is a safety issue. You get people and they're walking, cars are coming down, they're standing to look at, like Ms.
Especially
Deere
with the
said,
train
the
coming and
mural,
dropping people
drainage
off.
is coming down.
Yeah. All right, I'll look at it before the next meeting, so if everybody does, then we could talk about it. Yeah.
So the next one is, there was some leftover funding that you just brought forward at the allocation of $5,005 for Stewart Park paving. That was completed, but it was still, that dollar amount was brought over during the budget talk. So you some excess funding there for Stewart Park.
We're having a hard time hearing you again, sorry.
So you have excess Stewart Park pavers.
Yeah.
It was brought forward. There was $5,005 left over from the paving project that was done in Stewart Park. And the CRA board just moved it over. It's extra funding we could use to offset the shortage in the other. Doesn't have to be done tonight, but just something to consider.
We ought to put that over to Park Street, 'cause that's going to be more than we think. I really do, I think so.
And I think maybe when Harry and both Alan are here, they can go over more detail and you can make some moves. Stewart Park Electrical, again, this is Alan. So you have $20,000 allotted. Updating current electrical panels are the primary goal due to deteriorating conditions. Additional ideas were presented, such as lighting the paver walkway and bollard lighting or perimeter site lighting, but no final decision was made. Upgrade suggestions are welcome prior to gathering estimates. And maybe take some of that $5,005 to offset that. I'm not sure what the cost is going to be.
I think bollard lighting would be great there. It would add to the ambience of the park, but you have to solve the electrical issues first, and if those panels are as bad as I've seen them from time to time, they seriously need to be addressed first, and then see what money we have left over to put in bollards. But once again, when you think about that, I'd like people to think about the whole park, not just put one bollard here and then one bollard 500 yards further, and you have to try to create a common common lighting throughout the park by using these bollards, not spot lighting. Okay.
Taylor Park sidewalk. The sidewalks in and around surrounding village were installed by the developer. The town has never maintained these sidewalks due to the belief that they are the developer's responsibility. However, these sidewalks potentially fall within town right-of-way, and we need clarification of whose responsibility they are. In the event these sidewalks are determined to be the town's, Alan would recommend replacing most, if not all, of the sidewalk in the community prior to expanding upon them. So,
I think we got to go back to legal on that one, too. Yeah.
Taylor Park irrigation. This is where Alan is recommending moving the money to the Doll Hall irrigation. Taylor Park can do with minimal city water irrigation for the tree project. There's currently no infrastructure for irrigation at this park, and it would need a well-drilled submersible pump and electrical panels. This amount of required infrastructure would exceed the current funding. So this is one of the ones that Alan's recommending you move the 10,000 to, yeah, is it 10,000? Yeah, 10,000 to the Doll Hall irrigation. And you have allotted for Taylor Park trees, the 5,000. Alan says depends on how we proceed with the Taylor Park irrigation project. As an alternative, we could plant the trees using city water until they are established without installing a full irrigation well.
So on this one, I know we've talked again a couple years to try to get shading over there. They've got nice playground equipment that was put in a couple years ago, but no shading. And the sooner we get trees in there, the faster they're going to grow. So I kind of like his alternate, you know, if it's not too expensive to just water the trees and put them in and let them start growing. So I don't know about the rest of you, but, you know, clearly a lot of the playground isn't being used in the summertime because it's metal and it's scalding hot. And then let them grow.
I think that's a great idea, yeah.
David Austin, the agricultural expert, we had talked about getting, instead of just shade trees, get fruit-bearing shade trees that people are doing in some parks. So maybe when it gets to the point, they could consult with him and see what would be drought tolerant, what would be suitable.
As long as somebody uses the fruit, it doesn't drop on the ground and then becomes a higher maintenance area for Alan and the crew.
I think a shade tree is going to grow a lot faster and create shade a lot faster than a fruit tree would, is my only thing. And we certainly don't want a mango tree, because that'll get big, but that'll get nasty too. But I wonder if there's enough money in this $5,000 to do trees and the irrigation system. Now, we're going to do city water irrigation system, but I just wonder if that's enough money to, you know, to realistically do what he's going to do there. I don't know how many trees he plans to plant.
So there's no irrigation at all? There's no water at all?
I mean, I know if you put a well in this area, it's $5,000 for the well because you got to go so deep. You got to do a 4-inch submersible well to get the water you need to irrigate. So just if you were to do real actual irrigation, that's a $5,000 just for the well before you ever irrigate.
So I guess that's to him because the project above it says Taylor Park can do with minimal city water irrigation for the tree project. So it's basically back to him, is this enough money?
Yeah.
Because what I'm hearing is this board would like to proceed as fast as we can with trees over there in Taylor Park.
We can find out.
The cost of the trees is going to be dependent upon how big a tree do you want to plant, too. So.
And how many, yeah.
And, of course, how many, yeah. But I think this is a good solution rather than having to drill a well. If we're going to bring actual irrigation to that park, I agree with Ken, we're going to have to drill a well and do all of this stuff, and that's going to eat up the majority of the project, and we won't have any trees to plant. We'll just have water, so. Have we talked, though, about maybe one of those, oh, my verbiage, but, you know, like at Wet Dogs, they have those kind of awning, shade awning type thing, sunshades, thank you. We talk about maybe, how expensive are they? Could we put those out?
They can be very costly, believe it or not.
Okay.
They can be very costly. We can bring back prices for you on those if you'd like.
No, I mean, if it's out of the question, no, I was just curious. Okay.
They
I
are-
like trees better anyway.
Yeah, I think it's an option to look at. Where the cost comes is the poles. It's the big, how hurricane-proof these big poles that go up, you know, that are permanent. But, you know, you can also get grants for things like that, too. And then I know that you get concerned with hurricanes and you have to run and take them down, or, you know, the shades down and that. But it is a good option, and a lot of places do that.
They're nice.
I don't see many playgrounds anymore without those, and when I was all for it, they told me it's $50,000 to get them, and then again, you do have to take them down in that. For the trees going over there in that area, that is a big stormwater problem over there. And if you understood how trees work, trees diffuse. If you have an oak tree, it diffuses 60% of the water that's going onto the ground. That's why people go stand under trees when it's raining, because it's not as much rain. Obviously, 60% of the rain is diffused. And we had talked one time about putting all over there, down the roads, to diffuse all that runoff that goes into Lake Richard and down to our lift station, just putting trees over there. It does take irrigation for a while, but I know along Interlake, they put in irrigation and it's not used anymore, and all it does is break. So I'm just saying, with a little bit of help from the city water, I think we could get some nice trees over there. It would diffuse the water for the runoff. I would love to see trees along to help that area look prettier too, trees along the road, because that would diffuse 60% of the runoff in that area, which would be huge, that all the water that goes into Lake Richard. We have a lift station right down there by Lake Richard that washes out. That whole area washes out. One time you could almost drive a Volkswagen into a washout. So that area could use trees. And I think with some help from the city water, they could be substantially, you know, stand on their own. But the problem always is how to get water to them until they're established. But that area could definitely use some nice trees and beautify the neighborhood and solve our stormwater problem over there.
So the road paving for Waldo Aliff, Alan has Excavation Point. They have been issued a PO. Will be contacting us in the near future with an estimated start date of $37,701.90. That was $60,000 that you moved from the Dow Hall parking project to the paving project. So that is moving forward. And that is the end.
I just want to add just one last comment. I really like the way this report came out. I can read it and understand it, which is really a scary thought. Good job.
Could I bring up, I had a gentleman who has a business contact me. He's actually come in twice, and he asked me to read into the record a correspondence that I will be happy to circulate out to you after. And my understanding, Ken, is that he also met with you. His name is Anthony Ortiz.
What?
What's his name? Anthony Ortiz. Okay. And it says his property address is 853 US 27 South, Lake Placid. He owns a business. I am submitting this written input for inclusion in the Town of Lake Placid Strategic Planning Record. I'm the owner of the commercial property located at 853 US 27 South, which lies within the CRA boundary along the US 27 corridor. I'm actively reinvesting in this property and seeking alignment with the CRA redevelopment goals related to beautification, safety access, and corridor appearance. The property is an active, occupied commercial site with a regular public-facing community use. Because of this, exterior conditions directly affect public safety, accessibility, and overall upgrades. Improved access in and out of the property, general beautification, stabilization of a leaning perimeter fence, and completion of an unfinished awning frame along the front and side of the building. The property also functions as a community gathering space and has hosted public fundraisers, family-oriented events, holiday activities, and creative programming that bring residents together. In addition, the site has served as a small, informal incubator space where local artists and vendors have been able to showcase their work and grow locally. Because of this consistent public use, improving exterior conditions is essential to reducing blight, improving safety, and supporting responsible reinvestment within the CRA district. I am prepared to reinvest private funds into these improvements and respectfully request guidance on the appropriate CRA pathway or future programs that support property-level reinvestment for existing buildings within the redevelopment area. I ask that this input be included in the strategic planning record and shared with relevant staff, constituents, and CRA representatives. Thank you for your time and consideration. I did tell him that we were having many meetings due to his work schedule. He was unable to come and be able to present. As we enter into Easter and Resurrection Sunday, one of the things that was really interesting to me is that he said when he had a community event that there were grown men that came out for an Easter egg hunt. And he said that they were there with their children, but they made comments about how they had never participated in an Easter egg hunt. And he said that it sparked an interest where then the following year they did an adult Easter egg hunt because they realized that some adults did not get to participate in activities like that as children. And he said that it was exciting to see them get excited about it. And so I told him that I wanted to be able to share that here. But it's just that we have sparked a lot of interest in the CRA district with being able to support businesses. I have reviewed the CRA plan. I also shared it with him to make him aware of really what the CRA is about, and educated him that it's taxpayers who are paying into this, so that he understood where that falls into the requirements within the CRA. So just wanted to make sure you were aware, and then I'll send it out as well. And Ken, I don't know if
I did meet this guy. I met him at the strategic planning workshop, so he went to one of them, and then he invited me to come to his place. So he's up on 27 on the east side of the road, kind of north of Advanced Auto Parts. You know how there's a few businesses there on the east side of the road. His business definitely is in dire need of some work on the outside. He's been doing work on it. It's an old building. He needs to do work inside, work outside, but he seems like he's just asking for help on the outside. He's exactly the type of business where you do a facade grant to help them out. And yeah, I mean, I think we ought to, try to help, but we got to have a plan, a method, which we don't have a method in place right now, but he's the type.
That's the place just south of the liquor store, right? It used to be a real estate office. Russell Groves, I think it was.
Oh, he's next to, you might, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's south of the liquor store,
Yeah.
south of Russell's place, the farmer.
I think it is Russell's place.
No, it's next door to it.
Is it?
Because he owns it. This
It's-
guy owns it.
It's a tattoo place.
It's a tattoo place.
Tattoo place, yeah.
Exactly,
You
yeah.
can see it on the road, it says tattoos.
Yeah,
Yeah, and he's
yeah.
got apparently he has a courtyard behind it where he has these events.
Yeah, and
I
looking
remember.
at our little map here, I do think it is in the district, the CRA district, yeah. Yeah. So again, if we had something in place where he could, we could just, I think, look at what other places do for facade grants now and say, can I see your program? Get copies of their program, maybe distribute the copies of the program to all of us, and we could all review it and to decide if that's something that we could institute or make work or tweak to ourselves. But, we could talk about this stuff forever, but until we actually start putting things in place, we're sitting on all this money that we're supposed to work on slum and blight, but we're not actually working on slum and blight because we don't have the systems in place to make it work, right? That's my thoughts. I think we should find something somebody else has, let us all look at it, and then, or maybe Central Florida Regional Planning Council has it and can give us a copy of a program.
I think the people along 27 want a new beautification. And from what I understand, when DOT gets done with their project, we're going to get $1.5 million to redo landscaping. And I think that these people that are on 27, we need to have workshops and have them have input because they're affected by what goes along, and they haven't been happy because they seem to feel it's not advantageous for their buildings. So when we get to the end of this project, maybe we should start that sooner than later, get some professional people in to say what we should be doing along 27, given our budget, which sounds like a lot of money, but that $1.5 million doesn't go that far anymore, as we all know. So I'm just saying maybe we should be proactive and get that going now. Like what do we want to see? What do we want to see along 27 if we're going to get this money and let the businesses really have some input because they're the most affected people as far as their income and that.
The only thing I would add is we don't have a process in place for that. And so I appreciate that he came to the workshops, but until we have a process in place for it, and we have an understanding of what does facade improvements mean, who approves it, et cetera, that of course we're going to get one-offs for help. So I would thank him for that, but until we have a process in place, I don't think that we're going to be able to entertain any of that. And second, we have an approved budget from last year. Let's stick with our budget, or if there's some things that we think need to be changed, we can change it within the current CRA charter until some of these gray areas that we think we can accommodate, we actually have the structure and the process in place.
But I think on that note, we should start working on that structure and process right away, or we'll never get there.
Yeah, let's work on a process now, but maybe this is more for town council than it is for the CRA, although it's in the CRA area, so I think somehow we need to do a process so this can be community input and not, because I mean, I see trees growing up in the power lines right now, so we need to have some professional input to this as well going forward, so thank you.
But I think it clearly is under the CRA's purview to do that. I don't think the town would ever, do facade grants. It's the CRA that would do it. So I do think, we need to get that going so that at some point, maybe by next budget season, we have a system in place, and then we say, okay, let's allocate so much money for the next year. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have to agree on what we want the facades to look like. And that will be the first step. And you know how good we do that, how well we do that. And so I think we have to agree on what we want the facades to look like first, and then allow people to, participate.
I'm only talking about landscaping. I'm not talking about facades. I'm just copying. When we get the money from DOT to redo the landscaping, it affects the businesses on 27. And our beautification is what people see coming through, the 24,000 to 27,000 trips a day through our town. That's what they see on 27.
I think DOT has a budget for that, don't they? I think DOT has a budget for redoing what they're tearing up right now, and I agree with you. Debra, that's what the businesses on 27 need to be involved in that, and we need to do a better job with that. Yeah.
Okay. Go to 5A.
We're ending the CRA meeting, so we're going to close the CRA meeting.
Oh, there's nothing else?
Yeah, I already gave that review.
Oh, we already did. Okay, all right. All right, is there anything else to come before the CRA? Open it up to the public. Any questions? Concerns? All right, seeing none, this time, meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Ken.
Is this like a 5-minute break? So
Yeah.
I can-
Yes.
Is this a potty break? Just checking.
Yeah, we'll do a short break here before we start the next one.
Joy, how are you? Did you have a good weekend? Yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, worked a lot, just catching up on stuff. quality paper.
Enough? Oh, okay. That's the one.
Right, so is this, where is this one? Do they have it? Yeah, okay. Up there? Oh, no. Okay. So I have one out of 10. Okay. No. No, just, no, we're not doing that again. Spend $40 million to go back to septic.
It's a sidebar down.
Yeah. Sidebar. No, Rachel and Charlotte caught this. Let me see. You're only going to read the title, right? Right. So it says, well, this up here does say the sewer to septic project. So that's right, but notice down here it got transposed.
Right,
from-
I saw a couple of houses, but
Yeah. Scrivener's, it's a Scrivener's error. We don't want to go backwards.
which resolution is that?
This is, yeah, that's the latest one.
Now, this one has sewer to septic,
Yeah.
so that needs to be reversed. Right?
Yeah, but why is this different?
This says sewer to septic.
Should be septic to
It should
sewer.
be septic to sewer.
Right, but why am I looking at two different, oh, you know what they did? They changed the margins.
Yeah.
That's why, okay.
That's why. Okay.
Yeah, it should be from septic to sewer. Tank to line. Oh, we did, I just wanted to get everything captured here, so there's a
Was
historical
that an 8?
reference.
26 over.
Being 7/21, the 16th day of March, 2026, in the Government Center of the great town of Lake Placid, I now call to order the regular meeting of the Lake Placid Town Council. Clerk, we've already had our invocation. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Holbrook,
Here.
Councilmember Hayes.
Here.
Councilmember Worley.
Here.
Councilmember Charles.
Here.
Councilmember Eberhardt.
Here.
I will go to number 2, public comments on any non-agenda item. I do have one. She's coming forward now.
Hey, everybody, I'm Margaret Deere from the Lake Placid Historical Society. In case you all did not know, tragically, we have experienced 2 break-ins in the last 3 weeks. I'm here to say thank you to the Lake Placid Police Department, in particular Chief Schneider. Please forgive me if I get the titles wrong. Detective Mullins, Officer Perez, and I'm sorry, Mr. Troutman, Sergeant? Captain Troutman. The care, concern, advice, resources that they gave us was phenomenal, much appreciated. We are taking them all to heart. The Chamber of Commerce connected us with a local security services company, so the dialogue will continue. But it is absolutely everything that makes a small town work when we all work together, and I wanted to make sure that you guys were acknowledged publicly and let you know how much we really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jack Comley, 607 Sunset Point Drive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't submit an application to speak. I have a couple questions here, and I'll read the questions off and, all at once, and then you can respond to them as you see fit. On the pickleball court, I understand we have a mandatory completion date of April 30th, 2027. I'm just wondering what is the status of starting construction on that project, and when will it be completed? Also, have the contracts been signed yet for that project, including the lighting contractor? My next question will be the wastewater treatment plant. I understand that it was supposed to have been completed on about March 13th. Just wondering what the status of that is and how much money is remaining to be paid on that contract. And then the last thing is, what is the supposed contract completion date for the new police station? Thank you.
On the pickleball court, that's still, I believe, is that still in legal review? Are we all done there?
Yeah, that was complete, and the memo was circulated to council and the mayor.
Okay. So, yeah, there's no contract been signed at this point.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I think he's questioning on the April 30th, 2027. That's one of the dates that we have to be completed in order to qualify for one of the grants. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, right, yeah.
Okay.
And I assume that includes all the paperwork, closing out the
Okay.
contract and everything, you know.
Okay, thank you. I think the grant is actually, because I talked with Carolyn Morrison earlier today, and I think the grant is up on the June of 2027, but we have to be completed with construction by April 30th. That's what we understand. So, thank you.
And on the wastewater treatment plant, a full disclosure on the finances will be given tonight by our CFO, and we do have the engineer and our working plant manager here too to answer questions.
Okay, and then the tentative completion date for the police station, what was the contract for that?
For the police station?
Yes.
I don't know what's...
The current date estimated of completion is January 6th of 2027.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, we'll move on to number 3, approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion, we approve the agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments from the podium? Hearing none, we'll take it to the audience. Seeing none, bring it back, poll the council.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes?
Yes.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
All right, number 4, presentations, citizens on the agenda. We'll go to 4A, 2024-2025, Town of Lake Placid Community Redevelopment Agency Annual Report.
So I presented this at the CRA board, and we are required to present it to the governing body, the town council. So I will, for anybody that's just tuning in just to see the town council meeting, I'll go ahead and give a brief overview. So this is our annual 24-25 annual report. The requirements in it are conducted with Chapter 163 that governs what needs to be in this report. So just to go over it, this is a little bit of our history. This will be on our website in accordance with Chapter 163 to have it posted on our website by March 31st. There'll be an advertisement in the newspaper that will also let people know that it's going to be on the website. Pretty much after this meeting, it'll go on the website tomorrow, so it'll be there a little early. A lot of this information is found in our founding documents for our CRA, the mission statement. This is our CRA district. Thank you. Gives you a good idea where that's at. This was last year's budget that was adopted. This is the activity for 24-25. Once the audit's completed on June 30th, 2026, once it's fully completed, then the audit will be put on the website for that year. This is just a brief overview of performance. You can see when we originated the CRA, it was $54,325,680 of property values. In the CRA district, the reporting was assessed at $82,062,804 for the 24-25 year. This just kind of gives you the numbers. There were no expenditures for affordable housing for low-income and middle-income residents. These are some of the projects that were accomplished in the 24-25 year. You had Stewart Park that had the pavers redone. These are before and after pictures. You have Lake Richard sidewalk improvements and the before and after, and all ADA compliant right here. You had the Daw Hall Bicentennial Park building rehab. So we had to make the bathroom ADA compliant, so this is the before, and then it became much bigger. Exit lights were put in because it's going to be a public building now. This is another picture of the rehabilitation that was done. You have your flower pot and paver project on North Main Avenue. And then plan projects for next year. So any projects that didn't get completed in 24-25 were rolled over and adjustments were made. So these are the new projects for this year. And that's really the presentation. Anybody ever has any questions, they can feel free to give me a call. I can give you copies of the actual report. Any questions?
I'll make a motion that we accept the 2024-2025 Town Lake Placid Community Redevelopment Agency Annual Report.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Any other comments from the podium? Hearing none, I'll take it to the audience. Seeing none, bring it back, poll the council.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes?
Yes.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
All right, we'll now go to 4B, Town of Lake Placid Grant Review. I'll turn it over to Rachel, or to our town administrator first.
Just going to give a little bit of a historical background before we proceed. Prior to the 40 million grant award, the town had been negotiating, planning, and designing the construction of a lift station and a force main to connect the Camp and Conference Center to the north plant. The 40 million grant award then made modifications to the already designed lift station and lines necessary to accommodate the increased flows from the other projects. Specifically, the South Plant abandonment, the North and South Lake Placid project, and the Placid Lakes project. This necessitated the redesign and upsizing of the lift station and force mains, all the way from the Camp and Conference Center to the wastewater treatment plant. By the time the town received the grant award, inflation had already increased pricing enough that projects had to be removed from the overall project. This was done with the approval of the DEP grants director. Joe Barber, the previous utility director, and the utility board and council removed Sun and Lakes and Highway Park from the project. The Southtown project had been designed but not constructed several years earlier. Due to the size of each project and associated workloads, the projects were split between our Library of Consulting Engineers. Pannoni, who is here with us, designed and is overseeing the construction of the wastewater plant and the South Plant lift station and force main. Johnson Engineering designed the North and South Lake Placid project. Kimley Horn did the master modeling of the sewer system to determine which lift stations and force mains would need to be modified, enlarged, or replaced. They also did the Placid Lakes project and the force main upsizing design between Marquardt and Main Street lift stations. Polston designed the Tomoka lift station and force main, as well as the Lake June Road project and the Lake June Point project. All of these project designs have been completed, except for the Lake June Point, which was stopped at about the 60% design phase once it was pulled out. Due to the exceptional inflation cost projections, more than doubled in little over 3 years. The low bid for the wastewater treatment plant came in at $34 million, wiping out the ability to do any of the septic to sewer projects except for the South Plant lift station and force main project. We once again went back to DEP and modified the grant agreement, reducing the scope of the project. With the award of the wastewater treatment plant contract to Poole and Kent, is left approximately $1 million. It's $1 million, I believe, in contingency for contingency reserve. Part of that contingency reserve needs to be used for the plant. And Brandon will be presenting this, and we will also be presenting this in the financial review. The remainder of the reserve can be used on the approved line upsizing from the lift stations. Without some contribution from the capital fund, we are looking at both Marquardt to Main Street and Main Street to the wastewater treatment plant so that they can be completed. So we're going to review that with you. And we have Pannoni here, as well as Rachel will go over our finances. Mayor, were we going to see about hearing the banking so that it can tie in?
Want to do that now?
Okay.
Before we do that, I was just notified on my phone that for the next 40 minutes or so, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning. So I'd say we're not going to be finished by then, so everybody just stay put, please. It's going to be pretty nasty outside. All right, at this time, we're going to go to 6B. Oh, this portion.
Yes, we were just,
Oh, okay.
at the end of this, it would be appropriate because we do have the
Okay.
Banking Institute here to be able to review
what I
that
thought
as
you were-
well.
That's what I
They're
thought you were
here.
talking about first. But Rachel, you want to go ahead with this?
Good evening. I'm going to jump right in and start on the presentation. So I want to start out by saying that the sewer to septic project is multiple projects. So it's going to be two different things that we discuss in the sewer projects, and we discuss in the $40 million grant, which is also sewer to septic. I mean, septic to sewer. So I'm saying it backwards.
Let's go ahead and, Scribner's error, let's go ahead and change that to septic to sewer.
Septic to sewer, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm going to do an overview of all the grants first, and then we're going to come back to Pacific grants, which is basically the $40 million pertains to septic to sewer. So we start out with the WGO 17, which is only it's a portion of the septic to sewer project. And as of December 31st, 2026, that date cannot be moved forward. That date is a drop dead date. So this date here, the grant stops, everything ends, and we start closeout. However, on 9/30/26, that date is the last date that FDEP would accept any requests from the town. So we have to make sure that we have all the invoices and everything requested by 9/30/26. WGO 25, this grant is part of, it's kind of an extension from the WGO 17. Because of the construction was so large on this project, other grants was included, which is this grant for $600,000. I'm only going to go by the highlights. I'm not going to read the whole document. So as of this month, this grant is actually expense up. So the town spent $599,997 on of that $600,000. And according to FDEP, they're going to pay the town the whole $600,000. So as of now, we just provided all the closing documents on this grant. Again, this was just extension from the WGO 17, which is this one. And again,
Rachel, just quick on the WGO 17 is, and maybe it's not to you, I don't know if it's to Panoni or who, but just curious, the grant expires 12/31, but we have to have everything submitted in order to get reimbursed by 9/30. So I'm just curious, what's that 3 months? What would fall within that 3 months?
so in order to make sure that the last payment is processed timely, which is the pay request is up to 120 days. So this FDEP, they have everything in by 9/30 to make sure everything can process properly and close out.
But that would be on them unless we submitted something
That would be on
inaccurately.
us if we do not submit it by 9/30.
Well, right, well, so we're gonna submit by 9/30. It's just what else would go wrong in that last 3 months? I don't think it's
Nothing.
payment. I didn't think it's anything regarding payment. I didn't know if it's anything with inspections or any other things that we need related to the grant. It's just a curiosity, and I mean, because, yeah, you're going to submit everything by that date because that's money, but
Absolutely.
it's
We're now asking
the gap
everybody to send in
between
invoices by
that date
August.
and the end of the year is just curious to me with the grant.
Okay, so I'm going back to, okay, so the town had got another extension to the $40 million grant, which is called a RIF. And this one's $570,000 for Main and Maquata Lift Station. And that grant was $570,000. The town spent $586,070. Now, there's about almost 13.5 that's between the difference of these two. And the state said that we were able to charge that to the WG-17. What is that doing? Okay. So we'll be able to charge that extra amount to this WGO-17. What's wrong with this mouse? And then going into the Resilient Grant, this is for planning projects. And the last update I got on that, the application was submitted to FDEP, and the next step is to put a facility plan, which is going to require an engineer, or the town could advertise for one, or they can use an existing engineer. So this is in initial stages, so not much happening with this one yet. And we have a SHAM grant. This is for utilities, and this is for $2.9 million. This grant is for SCADA bike pumps and rehab generators. This grant has been approved. As of yet, no award letter. So we're waiting on that. And now this is one I think that we talked a lot about for the non-point grant. This one is a $319, $495,000. This is for the hookups on private properties. And they put in the grant $26,500 for grant management. And this grant is a match, 80-20. And I think
In the previous grant that's pending approval, is that we have to pay the bills and then we request reimbursement? That one?
This
The
one
$2.9
here?
million.
2.9.
The terms
Well,
of
we-
that are reimbursable after we pay the bill?
The grant got approved, no award letter, if that's what it means, pending. So waiting on the award letter to say you actually getting it.
I'm
Mr.
knowledgeable about that grant program. It's 100% grant, and there's a way to have the advance payment
It
on
is?
it. Or so, in other words, you don't have to prepay any of the work. It
Good,
gets-
okay,
Okay.
thank you.
And we have another SRF. We just got one getting closed out, but this is for the water part of it. So for Lake Placid Camping Conference Center, there was one for the sewer. Now this is for the water that getting started up. And Lake Placid Camping Conference Center has Corbett working on this grant. The town has not been all that involved until Corbett get all that information straightened out. They said that it's a lengthy process. It goes into 4 stages, and it ended up being 28 pages long. So they're still working on that process. And this is the wastewater loan for Lake Placid Camping Conference Center. We're waiting on the final closeout. Have not got the confirmation letter yet. Last we talked with them, they're still in the process of getting that closed out. Lake June Pickleball, I guess we heard the update on that already, so it's no longer pending legal review. Police station building, but we heard the update on that one. Construction in process. The first invoice has been received for $131,000 and paid. We have a STAG grant also for $2.5 million. The town is in the process of early in the process on this one, the EPA, the application. We're still in the process of setting up some stuff that they're requiring us to do for the SAM registration and setting up for UEIs. So just soon as, I know staff were having an issue getting into one of these grants as far as downloading something that they wanted. So I'm not sure if it was this one or one coming up.
Do we know what this grant exactly is for? Is this related to the wastewater treatment, or is this something different?
It's an earmark grant, but it's wastewater. This is wastewater.
Is this the $2.5 million that
Yeah, this is the 2.5.
Scott Franklin
Yes.
recently got us?
But we was told to wait till you get the money before you say you got it.
Okay, but
So
that's this one that was,
Right, it's not guaranteed until you get the money, is what we was told. And they put an application with Florida's cyber security grant for $15 million. Haven't heard of anybody got awarded this one yet, so we don't know. The application got submitted. We wait on a response from the state. We did hear we tried to do another RIF grant to help out with the $40 million grant and not awarded. It was, I guess we got too late in the game on this one, so this one not awarded, so stretch that one off. There are some future grants that the town is looking at. CDBG, that phase is coming up very shortly here, May 1st is the deadline. Then we have appropriation request for Town of Lake Placid, Lake June Road, West Extension. This is one of those grants that we're looking into. I don't think we had an opportunity. There's nothing out there yet, but this is one of the things they say put on the list. So now I'm gonna go to some of the specifics on the WGO 17. So on this one, it kind of shows you a breakdown of the total project. So it goes by task. So every time the state we do reimbursement, it reimbursed by task. So on the task that we have and then the task, and then you go by the budget amount. So this is a budget amount for the $40 million as far as what was that allocated for. So $200,000 allocated for town salaries. We had, at that point, we had engineers on staff, and that was a covered cost. There is staff costs in there, but then they wanted to make sure that the project had enough funding before we start throwing in other salaries for other employees. So there's a little funds left over there. Project description location, so it kind of tell you FDP, railroad permits. Town had to buy some permits. Tomoka, Simpsonville, Lake June Point, construction. The town did save some money on direct purchases. It was a savings of about $240,000. This amount the invoices amount show you how much that was paid to each vendor by service. So we got the engineers got paid, post and construction, KDL, more engineers for Johnson & Johnson. So the town, as of now, paid out of the $40 million, $26,725,697. Available funds to be drawn down is $9,741,435. Now, there was some question as far as the grant had got paid, and there's not enough money for the project. So I'm not sure if they was talking about the sewer, the septic, the sewer project in a whole, because that's going to be a project that's going to be going on for years, because there's a lot of components to that. But when we're talking only about the $40 million grant and the other two that kind of extended the grant, there's $41,170,000 that between these three grants has been combined for the project so far.
Hey, Rachel, just real quick on this one. Okay, so it's $40 million, and we've paid $26 million. And so is there like $5 million that you've submitted? Is that to make up the $9 million balance?
There is a request for funds that was sent out for March and February. So that is about 5. That is correct.
That would be part of the 26 plus 5 we've already incurred and paid, so we're sitting at $9 million
right,
of the budgeted remaining.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but this is amount as far as that we have available to draw down based on the last pay request that I submitted to the state.
And we included at last week's meeting, Bert had that change order. That's already included in there, right?
I'm gonna get to that.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Okay, so then it's showing that the $600,000 was taken out. So on that grant, the town actually paid $600,047. So the $47 won't get reimbursed. Well, they did say the $600,000 would get reimbursed on this one, and the $570, but the $13,000 is going to be on the $417, and that's the difference of this $586 and the $570,000. And again, it got the total amount of what's been spent from the $40 million and the WGO 25 and the RIF grant. So that is the total that's been spent out of those 3 grants. And this invoice here, I throwed it in there at the last minute because it kind of gives you a true up number as far as how much really got spent. And it come up to $30,105,000. But this got to be submitted to the state for reimbursement, and this $2,325,000, that is going to be request number 17. So once I take that out, it'll be $7,415,000. Just a couple notes on those grants. WGO 17, the final payment request for a project containing ARPA funds must be submitted to the department before June 30th, 26. They're allowing no extensions, so this is going to be a hard deadline of December 31st, 26. And the town is going to be requesting invoices somewhere in August to make sure that we make sure the September 15th cutoff date or whatever, that these invoices are submitted and done before 9:30. We spoke to DEP, and they said make sure you spend those funds. So there is some funds, as I'm going to go to the next tab, but there are some funds for direct purchase, and we'll get into that one. But first, I would like to show you something. So on all these grants, even if the grants is a town or the grants is Sebring or any agency in the state of Florida, there's an opportunity to go and see what those grants look like. The state have a website out there, and this is it. And you can put anything in there, say, you can put the town of Lake Placid in there. Let's see if I can get it. This one works. Can't see with my glasses. And if I put in some numbers here. I'm gonna give it a search. And it comes up. And you don't have to put a lot of information in, just enough to know, because most people won't know what the grant ID award number is, what the agency ID or the MFMP, like what's the PO, so they won't know those. But then if you put just enough information in there, it'll bring the grants up. And so once you get into the grants, it will actually give you details. So it'll tell you everything about the grant. And this is on the state website, so this is nothing that the town has to provide. This is all out there, and this is real time with the state. So I have the details about the grant. They show you town of Lake Placid, and they show you the deliverables. And we're going to come back to this language right here, advance with cost reimbursement. And it tell you about deliverables and the payments. So it tell you all the payments that the town has gotten from 2023, 24, 25, and 26. So if you want to click on that, it'll kind of show you those. That one. So just sharing the information to let you know that it's out there. Because there was a lot of requests for information on the grants, but they're right at public access. And I tell you right now that there has been no audit on this grant. The state is waiting till it complete, and they're going to do statewide audit on the grants, because a lot of people kind of got, a lot of agency got monies from that grant. Just wanted to share that, and that's the link to it. Now let's get to the available funds. So all those numbers you just seen on the spreadsheet on the state website is basically showing the same thing that the town received. And again, $30,258,564 is expense to the town. The February amount right there, that is the amount is being requested now. And then the March pay request is getting formed. And it also shows the projects that we're working on. It lists those, and it tell you who the vendor is. And it tell you how much that we owe each vendor. Now, it may not be exact, because how much we're budgeted for that line item or that allocation may not be exactly, but the total as close as we can get it. And again, it's estimated. This amount does not include contingency. I'm gonna go back. But this is the amount that is estimated to be outstanding. And the town is working on a list of other projects to find out how we're gonna spend that. And the state did say direct purchase is the way to go in order to not send money back. I'm gonna go back. So in this area here is where we started out. So I didn't point out the contingency. So out of the 40 million, they put a contingency of 1.2 million in there. And none of that has been spent yet. So this amount, including that amount, is what really left over in the project. So there's funds left over for the 40 million. But as I said, for the septic, sewer to septic, that's going to be an ongoing project. And the 40 million couldn't cover all of it. So it's going to have to be more grants coming out. We have to look for more and more grants until that project is done. And another question was asked about why do we need a loan? So what I did, I went on the bank and I downloaded the transactions. The bank transitioned from Heartland National Bank to Seco, so I couldn't go back to the beginning of this loan, but this will kind of give you a good picture of what's been happening. So in here, you will see here, this was a transfer in. So this is money that was paid to the town and transferred into the grant account. And so just as soon as it come in, it get paid right out. Again, that's another transfer in of the grant funds, and it pays right out. So if you look on this running total, you'll notice that the 4 million does come back because that is the amount of the loan. But most of the time we have it spent out until it's sometime when the count when it drops like this, less than $1 million, it's almost like, okay, so I hope I don't get a $2 million invoice in order to not be able to pay an invoice. So have there ever been invoices that come through where we couldn't pay? Oh yeah, so but we have to wait until the state reimburse those funds in order to pay some of these invoices, especially the large ones. And then again, it kind of drops down in there too. So at times it get kind of low funds, and I'll be hoping that a large invoice don't come until after the funds get in. But if you really look at it, so if I go back to here, the $5,400,000, if I look on that one, so I got that on May 22nd, 25, right? And then so when did I get the next one? So that was in July 31st. So that's going into the third month. And then I look at the next one, the transfer in. This was in July, so when do we get the next one? Oh, we got it in, that's a bank thing. We got it in September, so July, September. And so these how this fund's coming in. So July, September, and now we got December. And then the funds dropped again. But again, you can see that the 4 million does come back into the account. But it's most of the time it's paid out to vendors than in the account. But so I went one step farther and I said, so what happens with the last pay request and how does that affect the ledger? So 2.7 million in there, so we got a couple outstanding invoices. These have not cleared. So I just put something in there, well, what happens with that? So to kind of put that in the running total, then it kind of show that the money went out. So to be totally honest with you, the total is 1.4 million, but then I did put a request in for the 3.5, and I got another one kind of forming of 2.3. So it kind of showed that the town money does come back. So the 4 million comes back in there, but most of the time it's paid out in invoices. So I just wanted to point that out. And so now let's talk about what does it mean when we talk about advance? Because we talked about advance payments. So the advance payment with the state doesn't really mean advance payments. So in a nutshell, it really means that the state wants you to pay those vendors. So even though we have to pay the vendor net 30 days, the state give us like 3 months before we get reimbursed back, because we can't sit on those invoices for 90 days and 120 days. So the town has to pay them until they get reimbursed. And that's really what advance payment mean, that you have to wait, pay your vendors until the money come back. So it's not like they give you a lump sum of money and then you say, well, make sure you pay the bills and tell them what you did, show up on the end. So, and so now let's talk about the loan some more. So the question was asked, where's the $750,000 estimated for the interest on the loan? So kind of dumped everything out from the beginning of the loan, 2024. So the town paid this much so far. And then so to give an estimate as far as everything else that can possibly happen between now and 18 months or whenever the town pay off the loan, then it came up to $726,000 in interest. This is with the new loan, but the old loan, how it was the same amount. Just take that same amount every quarter. That was $780,000. Working with Seacoast, they lowered the interest rate, so it'll be $726,000, roughly about that amount. So I'm gonna take the information that you're seeing tonight, and we're gonna drop it in on the town website, so that'll be some more information. But again, I will highly encourage you to go to the state website, and they have real-time information there. Only thing you're getting from us is duplicate or information that we have here. So, but either way, the information, it should match up. So it's just however you want to get it, the state or you want to get it from us. But either way, you can fact check our information and make sure that it all lining up. Any questions?
Hey, Rachel, can you just put up the interest tab there? So I kind of want to go back to those dates that we just mentioned of September 30th. All the bills need to be paid by September 30th of this year, and then the grant closes out December 31st. So wouldn't we expect no later than the end of the year? And again, assuming DET is going to reimburse us before the end of the year,
Correct.
Wouldn't we expect that the $4 million loan could be paid in full?
Absolutely.
And we wouldn't have to incur interest into next year?
Absolutely. But the question was asked, how did we get to that 750?
Okay.
So
Okay.
this was it's just as far as what's the worst scenario? And even with the information I presented on the grants for how much the town is going to have to direct spend to not have it sending back to the state, that still is a worst scenario. So it could be one of those situations where there'll be some funds not spent, but we're going to try our best to do direct purchase.
And then the tab that you had for the direct purchases for $364,000. But there, and I think that's smart, that if we can do direct purchases, because we avoid sales tax and that, right? Is that 364 already part of the
No.
bigger project? Because I remember on the grant that we had to have certain things in place by 12/31 last year. You know, that was the whole emergency meeting with Kevin, where we had to have some approvals by the end of the year in order for something to be eligible for the grant. So my curiosity is that something that we would be able to pursue based on that 12/31/24? I think it was
Yeah.
12/31/24 date that everything had to be in place and approved.
Right. We did ask, and these items are approved, so long as they're about a sewer and septic project. Now, if it's one of those major projects where it's not permitted, or it has an easement issue, then no. But some of these direct purchases, the state said they're eligible for reimbursement.
Okay.
And this list is a beginning, so there could be added more to this list, because we're still trying to make sure that we don't have to send any of this back. So we're still trying to work on this list to see how these funds could be spent. There was questions about tractors and other items that I have to check on, but these are approved, direct purchases.
And just a couple quick comments is, and you didn't mention it, but it's, appreciation and thanks to you of pursuing after the last meeting with DET. And I think you said, was it Aaron Grall's office, to try to get DEP on the phone and get our payments reimbursed faster.
Yes.
I appreciate the work that you did on that, and I think that, you're being shy not to tell us that it was a good meeting and we should be able to get those payments reimbursed faster. Is that correct characterization of your email?
Well, she did talk to them, and she did clarify a lot of information, but we still have reimbursement. I haven't had a reimbursement back yet. So just submitted number 15, so we'll see how quick we get it back.
Okay, but I think they streamlined the process where you can submit maybe sooner than we had in the past.
Correct.
Based on clarification with
Correct.
her, which is going to help a lot.
Without clear checks.
Right. And then I appreciate this detailed report out, and especially on the ins and outs for the fund, because Rachel's the treasurer, right? So she's not just the CFO, the accountant, but this is treasury management here. And so I appreciate the hard work that you did to try to answer a lot of the questions that we had.
Real quick, if I could add something, just to let you all know, the E1 pump that's up there that doesn't have a value on it, that's for the grinder pumps for the septic to sewer project. So that would be to purchase some of those pumps, and there's not a value there shown. So I think the idea that the town has is to purchase, that could be used to fill out the unused, the funds that are available. Those are going to be needed in the future for the septic to sewer project. So that was the thought. Yeah.
Of the $1,556,000 that's available, you're saying?
Yeah, so there's a $364,338 that they're showing there, but if you see there's a E1 pumps listed with no value, and they're waiting on the price for those, and those are about, I think they're about $4,500 a piece, $5,000 a piece. So I don't know how many you've thought of buying, but they haven't got that far yet. Yeah.
So will we have enough money for all that? I mean, the contingent that we have may get used up for the 364 and the 3 line items that don't have a cost on them?
DEP told us that we can use the money for the pumps.
I can't hear you.
DEP said that we can use the money for the E1 pumps. And so that is, as you see, I'll run through it real quick. The blower, it's $179,988. That's for 3 additional blowers to be installed, and then a storage container for the E1s. Now, it's just $4,100, but whatever is left over once we purchase the dumpster, the chlorine skid, it says Pond 5 main discharge line, that's $78,000. I got the quote right before the meeting. So that'll go in there. The headworks, if time permits and allows, I just don't believe that it will because of shipment. That's probably going to be negative, and it'll go back to the $1.5 million. We have one headworks, and then we have a bar screen. And so we were trying to, and we got the pricing on all the equipment, but the time, we can't just buy the equipment and leave it on site. It has to be installed, and there's just no way possible. And so that's that price. But the E1, whatever is left, hopefully we could do the tractor because we have to till the ponds. And the one we have now is old. And also to help pull the dumpster forward and back. And so we're looking into that. Rachel and I will be working on that. But whatever's left, our plans, Rachel or Charlotte, correct me if I'm wrong, is we're going to focus on purchasing the pumps. So we won't send anything back to DEP. So whatever is left, our plan is to go as many E1s as we possibly can. So it will help the town and the community out. Is that correct?
So on this list of items down here, were they originally part of the pool? The contractors bid and we're pulling them out, or are these in addition to items that we needed to complete the plant? I mean, yeah, who's the contractor? Is it pooling?
It's Pool and Kent, but
Pool and
this
Kent.
is an additional. All this stuff is an additional.
Okay.
Because the permit, when they went out for bid, is one bar screen, one sand and grit chamber, and then this stuff that you see up here now is when we said, okay, well, what else can we use this money for? We said, well, let's add some blowers here, another chlorine skid, because these are things that we can use on site. We held back at the beginning because we wanted to make and save as much money as possible, but now that we have supposed leftovers, we want to make sure that we can actually better the plant and add to it.
Thank you.
Hopefully that answered your question. We reached out to Randy Bell to get the prices for the E1s, and also we'll have that price probably by the end of this week, if not sooner. Okay. Yeah, also y'all have asked previously, and I stated last time, we're at like 85% completion of the plant. We're roughly, talking with Jeff and Roger, we're about 88%. We were actually doing a tie-in today where we shut down the whole entire plant tonight, but because of the rain, we're doing it tomorrow night. And so, but we're at about 88, I think it's safe to say about 88% of completion. I mean, all the big stuff is in. It's just a small punch list and a few little things that needs to be taken care of.
And June 30th is the DEP completion date for the grant.
Let me see exactly.
It's really going to be August 30th that everything has to be done, really, for the contractors to receive all the pay applications and our invoices, other engineering invoices, in order to have time to get them submitted by end of September. End of September is the date that the actual pay application from the town to the FDEP has to be in by. So we're allowing a whole month for that, for all the invoices, pay applications to come in, and then that'll provide the town with a whole month to finish all that paperwork to prepare the pay application final document.
I think we're backing up against the wall for Rachel and her team, because she has to have everything paid and submitted to DEP by September 30th, correct, Rachel?
Right, but if they get it to me in August, then I'm good. So don't give it to me the last week of September.
Exactly. I think that's a risk area that we have to keep a watch on, because I don't think we were expecting it to be completed that late, right?
Well, this isn't the wastewater plant. The wastewater plant as a whole, the latest date that we have is May 1st, that the contractor says they're going to be finished with that. These later items are going to be all the change order that we discussed last week for the force main extensions, anything else that Brandon's adding there. There's additional owner direct purchase items. Those will be the items that remain up until that August date. So I don't think it's going to be, most of the heavy lifting really is going to be finished for the plant, and also for the south wastewater plant project and the Marquardt and Main lift stations. Those should be done well in advance of that date. So it's just going to be kind of smaller items by the time it gets to that end of August timeframe.
Smaller, like about 3 million, a couple change orders in these.
Well, it's the total amount is whatever, what is it, 3 million roughly, I think, that is trying to find a place to be spent. You know, again, the biggest part of that is the force mains for the 1.7 million roughly.
So just to clarify, are we saying the plant will be completed now by May 1st? Because that date's changed.
May 1st is the contractor's latest schedule that they provided to us is May 1st. You know, like Brandon was saying, the items that remain are it's the startup of the plant really, and a lot of punch list items need to be finished before then. But it could go beyond that. But like I explained last week, there's liquidated damages in play right now after March 10th. Anything after March 10th is $1,000 a day that's being charged back to the contractor as a penalty. So that's what's in the contract to accelerate them, and it's not really technically a penalty, but it is. It's to incent them to finish on time because it's costing them.
Okay, so that kicked in March 10th, $1,000 a day?
March 10th was the date that was the final completion date for their contract, so March 11th on is that
Okay,
1,000.
thank you.
Sure. The Marquardt and Main. We do that now? Another area is Marquardt and Main to the plant upsizing the pipes. We got the quotes in for KDL to do it, and it's 1.6 million, something like that, for both jobs to be completed. KDL sent a letter, and the lawyer's seen it today, but we're going to have them just reword just to make sure that the town's protected for, when I talked with Kenny LeGros concerning it needs to be done by no later than July, middle of July, 1st of August. There's no more extensions. It has to be done. He said that he would have it in writing, and he did. He said that they would have all pipe in the ground by that date so we could submit to Rachel and she can have it sent to DEP. So that's moving all that pipe, upsizing it to 12-inch all the way to the headworks of the plant. And so that's 1.5 or 1.6.
1.7 million is the 1,658,000.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, the KDL, that's up there. Yeah.
Yes, it's right here.
All right. Now that price is changing because they were doing HDPE. Rachel didn't know this until just a little while ago, but the pipe went from 14-inch HDPE to 12-inch C900 because it's the same inside diameter, and we're going to be open cutting, so there's $50,000 of savings by doing that on each project. And so they're still going to be doing boring underneath some of the driveways and all, but a lot of it's going to be open cut, meaning they'll be digging up the grounds.
So can you tell me what that lack of utility easement there means?
So, what's it, John? What's the name of the location beside the easement? Smokes? It's Smoke, yeah. So the Smoke property, we already have an utility easement and utilities in the right-of-way back there. I believe it's an 8-inch, and we're upsizing. And so we need an additional 10 to 15 foot so we can actually get the equipment in there, lay the pipe down. And so that's when we talk today, it could be just simply going to talk with them and getting the go-ahead to do it. But I'm trying to think of the contractor's name, or the lawyer, not lawyer, Mr. Harris. Yeah, is supposed to be looking into the easement, making sure that we can do it.
And is that like a temporary easement?
Yes.
So it's easy?
Yes, yeah. I asked, since we're going to be digging right beside it, it's pretty straightforward, and I was like, do we really need it if we already have it? But it'd be nice just to be able to stack your pipe and be able to dig and do what you need to do, so.
Well, so it's not really an easement to stack pipe, right? It's just you need
It's just the equipment.
permission of an owner of property to use part of their property as you store the pipes.
Correct.
Because
And
the easement is already there.
Yeah.
And I'm not clear what Mr. Harris's role is.
In previous notes and communications that we had, this was something that had been sent to him to look at for, I'm sorry, I have to look at the notes, for easements from the Smokes or the Lake Richard property owners for the proposed scope to move forward. And so there were easement discussions for both of those properties.
Lake
So-
Richard?
For Lake Richard property owners, yes, because it's two different, we had both Marquardt to Main Street and then Main Street to the wastewater treatment plant. So there were two different utility easements that we would need to be able to move that forward, and so it was both of those property owners, Smoke and then also the Lake Richard property owners.
But again, isn't an easement or just a permission to use property for a temporary time for the pipes is what I thought I'd heard.
Yeah, it's like an agreement, but there's still, yeah.
Not an easement.
It is, it's considered an easement, based off of what I see. It's a construction easement is what they're calling it, for 10 to 15 feet to be able to place construction items and the
Temporary,
equipment,
right.
correct.
All right. So is Mr. Harris still working on it, or is that a Mr. Durham?
It has actually been sent to Mr. Harris to be able to fill in the gap, and Mr. Durham is taking lead on it. Do you want to speak, Mike?
Yes, Charlotte talked to me about this earlier, and I figured Mr. Harris had all the background on this information, and why should you pay us to get up to speed on it if he can answer it? And I saw an email chain back and forth this evening. So essentially, it's a construction easement used temporarily, and we'll figure out the details.
Okay, any other questions?
If I could just make a few more comments, because we have been asked, since we no longer have a full-time utility director, how that will be working. And I think you can see that we have a very qualified team right now. We are advertising for the replacement of a utility director. Panoni, they are our project program manager and will assist with that in the interim. We are looking at potentially 4 days a week with them being here, boots on the ground. Brandon is going to be out in the field. However, he will also assist us in the interim with some of the day-to-day operations, as well with Leanne. Leanne is not here right now, but she is our compliance coordinator. You all have interacted with her, and she assists with keeping the day-to-day operations moving, and then I will also assist in that capacity as well. In regards to some of the grant applications and being able to ensure that we're meeting the deliverables, you've heard us speak of Mary Gavin before with Gavin Consulting. We already use her, and so she will be assisting us with some of the grant management tasks to assist with Rachel. She is able to do that remotely. She doesn't have to be on site. So we will all work together in tandem to ensure that the project continues moving forward. We are advertising for the position. It should post tomorrow, tentatively. We were fine-tuning a few items that were on the job description itself before it went out. So just so everyone is aware that we are keeping everything moving. Very confident. I think you can see that we have a really good team. They've done a great job. So thank you to all of you for your work.
Okay. Any questions from the audience?
Lisa Sherman, 400 Lake Mirror Drive. Rachel, I personally want to thank you for this report. It's very helpful to me in understanding the numbers. I do have a question for you. Are you concerned that since you cannot be reimbursed, if I understand this correctly, you can't be reimbursed by DEP until the town has actually paid the invoice? Is that correct?
Answer it again?
Will DEP not reimburse you until the town has actually paid an invoice to the contractor?
No. So once we send the invoices to FDEP, it takes like 45 to 60 days to get the reimbursement still. I mean, it's not like when you send it, you get the money back next month. So we still go through that waiting period.
Right, but will they reimburse you if you haven't paid the contractor yet? I thought you said you had to
Yes.
send them proof of payment.
Correct. They will, for the advance payment part of it, they will pay just submitting the invoices, but we have to be invoiced.
That was the change that she was able to put in
Okay,
place after the last meeting, where...
Okay, that's great, because I was
Yes.
concerned that we'd have more than $4 million left at the end of September that hadn't been paid yet, and how were we going to have funds? So they will reimburse you based on an invoice, even though you haven't received payment.
That is correct.
Oh, that's great. Okay, that relieves one thing. Also, the narrative you put up there about all the different grants was very helpful to me. Is that going to be posted on the website? I didn't see it as part of the agenda.
Yes, that's going to be on the website.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm much less confused as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for a very good report.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that brought up a question in my mind. On this whole list of grants that we have, are there any of them where we have to float the money and then be reimbursed? In other words, it won't actually be free money because we may end up paying interest if we can't float the money?
I know on the one, the 2.9, for what I was told, that's the wrong one. The 2.9, I was told that the $40 million grant is actually the match on it, so I guess it'd be whatever, that's a good question, Joy. I guess I have to get back with you on that one. But I know on this one here, the $40 million meet the requirement for match. So we'll still have invoices to pay to get reimbursed from.
So, pardon?
We'll still have to pay to get reimbursed.
So not that we get ourselves in the same situation where we have to have a loan to utilize a grant.
So Mary came down and she was talking to us about the grants as far as the town need to put something in the contracts that says that up to 120 days, that's when the state pay us, instead of sticking us to the 30 days. So.
Okay, well, we'll keep that in mind when.
Yeah.
I think that's an important point, right? It's, we for the $40 million grant, have payment to our suppliers in 30 days, and then DEP isn't reimbursing us until 60 to 90. So going in, you're going to have to incur some costs. So I think that that's wise to look into an extended payment period for the suppliers. It might be a tough sell, but I think we need to look at that.
Well, she said it was kind of usual that a lot of them did with the big grants. They required the same amount of times for you get reimbursed and instead of floating this, and it wouldn't require a loan. So, but how this grant, the $40 million grant, got set up, it got set up with their 30 days in it. So it kind of tied our hands on it.
That was on our end,
Yes.
how we set it up,
Yes,
right?
that is
So
correct.
lessons learned.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and move 6B under 4B. And I'll go ahead and read in the resolution number 2026-08. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Lake Placid, Highlands County, Florida, authorizing the execution and delivery of loan documents with Seacoast National Bank to fund the Scribner-era septic to sewer project, superseding any prior conflicting authorization, authorizing the renewal of the existing Seacoast National Bank obligation, and providing for an effective date.
I'm sorry, what was the number of the resolution, please?
Oh, I said it, 2026-08.
2026 dash,
In what?
dash what? 2026 dash
08.
08.
08. 08.
Jumped ahead.
8?
2026-08.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move that we approve resolution number 2026-08 as read by the mayor.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the podium?
There's been a couple revisions, so I'm trying to understand. In the packet was one, and then we, as council, got a revision, and then today on the dais is another revision. So which one are we looking at to approve?
This is the final one. This was the final one that got sent out on Friday.
Yeah, the final one you have on the dais, I believe, is the same one from
It is.
before. It just has a different formatting with different margins, which makes it look different. But I
Yes.
think the words are the same. And we took the time to it's a long resolution just to put the historic nature of how we got to where we are tonight, so the council had all that background.
So just a couple scribe errors. It does say sewer to septic throughout it, so we need to change that. And the only ask I have is, it's in here to give authorization for the mayor to execute the loan documents after they've been approved by the town administrator, the finance director, and the town attorney. I, for one, I'd just like to see a copy of those. I'm fine with continuing. Hopefully there's time that, maybe the other council members want to see the actual loan documents that we're authorizing. If I could just get a copy of those, not to hold up the process, I'd take a look quick. If there's any comments or that, I would just feed them on to the town administrator, the finance director, and the attorney.
I did a request, but he said it was in underwriting, so they wasn't available.
When it is?
I think
Okay.
Andrew was here. Okay. I thought he was here.
I think he's here, is that?
Yes, he's here.
Do we know when those loan documents might be available for review? So no concern on hitting the May 31st date? March. Okay.
Anything else? Any other comments? Take it to the audience. All right, seeing none, poll the council, please.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
Okay, we'll now go to action agenda, no. Yeah, we'll go now to 6, action agenda. Town of Lake Placid Strategic Plan.
Mayor, I believe we had a public hearing before that. Number 5.
Oh, I did.
A.
When I moved that up, I missed it. Let's do the public hearing first. Yes. It'd be 5A, request for consideration of a variance to the architectural design standards for a water dispensing facility at 70 Plaza Avenue in downtown Lake Placid.
Good evening, Council. Dana Riddell, Town Planner for the record. I'm going to go ahead and get the agenda item situated on the screen. No problem at all. Just asking for some patience.
It's bookmarked.
Okay, bookmarks, that helps. Eva's got it under control. Here we go. I'm going to go over some formalities first, and then you'll see me scroll through the agenda package so that we can get more visuals. But this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and I've been working with legal counsel to streamline our quasi-judicial hearing process, and so you'll continue to see us refine this as additional hearings come along. The hearing number tonight is LPTC.26.001. It is a request for consideration of a variance from the primary facade requirements of the commercial architectural standards to allow 0 entrances facing a public street instead of the minimum of 1 required entrance, 0% glazing instead of the required 30%, and a 0 square foot porch instead of the required 100 square feet. The notice was published in the newspaper on March 6, 2026, and mailouts were sent to property owners within a 300-foot radius on March 5th, 2026. When acting quasi-judicially, the council is bound to decide based solely on competent substantial evidence in the record. Personal opinions, political considerations, and information received outside of the hearing that has not been disclosed as ex parte communication are not a proper basis for decision. So we'll go ahead over ex parte communication, and then I'll have the town clerk, Eva, swear us in. For ex parte communication, each council member must disclose on the record before testimony begins any communications received outside of the formal hearing regarding the pending application. Disclosure must include the identity of the person with whom communication occurred, the date or approximate date of communication, and the substance of what was communicated. So we'll go ahead and, starting on my left, we'll go down the line and ask if council has had any ex parte communication.
None.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
I talked to the chief of police trying to figure out exactly where this place was.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I talked to you today to find out exactly where it was. That's it.
Thank you. And Mayor Holbrook?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking. What was the question?
It's okay. If you had any ex parte communication?
No, none.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and ask any witnesses, experts, or applicants to stand, raise their right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
You're right. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this quasi-judicial proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Thank you. So as noted, this is a variance request from the architectural design standards of the town code. And essentially, when reviewing this request, it was a very unique structure that's being placed. The town currently has an ice machine by the Western Feed Store, and this will be similar in nature, where it will be a water dispensing facility in the Tractor Supply Plaza between Dunkin' Donuts and Smoke Shack. I'm going to switch my view here. I want to go ahead and pull up the site plan here. So it's this little 107 square foot structure. 2 parking spaces will be removed to place this structure. When Tractor Supply was brought in, there was a parking reduction waiver that was put into place that allows a minimum of 300 parking spaces in the plaza. So the removal of these 2 parking spaces complies with that 300 minimum parking space requirement. This structure has received traffic concurrency through the county, so at this time there's no concerns regarding circulation or stacking onto 27. It's a walk-up facility, so a car will not pull up to it and navigate that way. They'll park and they'll get out and they'll use the facility. The purpose of the variance is strictly for the primary facade requirements. So There's requirements for the exterior of the building not to be more than 10% metal. It complies with those. There's requirements for the roof of the building to hide all rooftop equipment, which I think is really, it's not that unique to the town of Lake Placid, but it's great that we have it. If you drive down Avon Park and you drive past their Dunkin' Donuts, you'll see massive equipment on top of their ice house. The ice house looks fine, but just to see all that equipment creates a complete different visual aesthetic than the town of Lake Placid is particularly known for. So that kind of just summarizes it. They have as part of the primary facade requirements, you have to pick 2 out of 3 requirements, and they could have put a 100 square foot porch, had 30% glazing on the front of their building. Glazing would mean windows, doors. They're required to have a door along the street frontage, but this is a self-serve kiosk. There would be no purpose for a door for customers to enter. I think there is a door somewhere here on the side for them right here, yes, to access the building for equipment purposes only. That's just for mechanical reasons. They have a stucco band, which adds a little bit of visual interest. It's above and beyond, not something that we require or ask for. They have some downlighting shown on the building, so it won't be pointed out toward the road or into the parking lot. They also do show an awning, which I took as a little bit of a middle ground between a porch and no porch at all. The awning obviously provides protection from the elements. It also provides additional aesthetic protection just in the way that it looks for the town, visual interest. I felt in my analysis that requiring a 100 square foot porch on a slightly over 100 square foot building would be out of scale. And the way that our code was written really was not with uses like these in mind, but we did want to protect the town from a structure being completely unregulated from the architectural design standards, from allowing them to be able to have rooftop equipment that would be visible, from allowing them to have a completely metal tin can building. So it was important that they still complied with the architectural design standards, but the primary facade requirements specifically really were not written for a use like this, which is why I'm comfortable recommending approval of this variance today. As part of being a quasi-judicial hearing, I would like to read into the record my findings for the required findings. So in section 154-17 of the town code, in order to approve a variance for architectural design standards, you have to comply or meet at least 4 criteria, or the majority of these criteria. The first standard is that the alternative design must be consistent with the overall architectural standards and in keeping with the desired character of the town. My finding was that the applicant proposes earth tone colors, compliant building materials, hidden rooftop equipment, and a 35 square foot metal awning, and I find the design generally consistent with the intent. Another standard is the variance must not nullify the purpose and intent of the town's architectural standards. My finding was that the code was designed for traditional occupiable commercial buildings, applying entrance, glazing, and covered porch requirements to a 107.5 square foot unmanned kiosk creates impractical dimensional conflicts. Approval will not set precedent for larger buildings because the justification is uniquely tied to the kiosk's limited size and unmanned operation. The approval must uphold the public interest. My findings were that low traffic generation, no interior occupancy, durable materials, and compatible design provide no adverse effect on safety, pedestrian circulation, or neighborhood character. And it must also be, it cannot be contrary to the town's comprehensive plan. My finding was that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan goals supporting efficient use of existing commercial properties, infill development, and diversified commercial services. The Lake Placid CG, which is Commercial General Future Land Use Designation, supports the proposed use as a permitted use. So these are my findings. I will put my recommendation, my motion option on the screen for you all, my recommended motion. I'm not sure if our council might want to refine our motion a little bit today regarding my findings and include that in the motion, or if we might move forward with the motion that's on the screen, or any motion that council wishes to make. But I'm available for any questions. The applicant has sent a representative that is also here to answer any questions. And at this time, I turn it back over to our mayor.
I have several questions. First of all, to your knowledge, is the smoke shack planning to rebuild on that site?
So the last that I was told was that they were, from representatives of the smoke shack. That was several months ago. I've heard speculation that they've actually sold the site and they're simply operating Golden Corral, but that's something I simply heard today. So I haven't recently been in contact with the owners of Smoke Shack.
Well, my concern is if they're going to, if they plan to rebuild on that site, and this facility is on that site, then we have a problem. And they're also taking 2 parking places, which you'll probably be very strict on how many parking places the smoke shack gets to have. And if they're too short, then it's because of the water place. So I'm just concerned about the smoke shack because they kind of had their foot on that property first. And if they still own it and they still can consider developing it, then I don't think it's right to come in and allow this building to come on, this kiosk to come on, and with several several variances as well.
I understand. The Smoke Shack received a variance for their parking, sidewalk, and landscaping, and they have approved an approved final development order for their site. And that approved final development order would have a connection point right here where my mouse is showing between these parking spaces. When this project was brought to Highlands County for a concurrency determination for traffic, I did confirm with Highlands County that they took that interconnection point into account, and they confirmed that they did.
Okay, I remember all the variances, and I also remember we approved a variance for parking for Smoke Shack because they kind of like ran out of room. So if we did that, and now we're allowing another 2 parking places to come out, are we inconveniencing the other businesses that are already on that site? Now we've taken some parking places off for Smoke Shack, and now we're going to take 2 more off for this. Sometimes that area of that site gets pretty tricky with Beef O'Brady's and the Tractor Supply, and your Dunkin' Donuts sometimes. Got the restaurant there, so I think how much overage on the parking have we got there?
When Tractor Supply came in circa 2021, 2022, they performed a parking study of the parking lot. At that time, council determined that no more than 300 parking spaces would be required, and at this time, with the reduction of 2 parking spaces, they would have 324 parking spaces remaining. And when Smoke Shack got their parking variance, it was strictly limited to review of the Smoke Shack site, and it did not include review of the surrounding sites.
Didn't Tractor Supply use some of those parking places for putting their outside sales?
Correct. That was the purpose of their parking waiver, was so that they could eliminate as many parking spaces as they needed and then some. So they got permission for less parking, to have less parking spaces than they ended up using, if that makes sense.
Well, it makes sense, but when boots hit the ground, it's hard to find a place to park at Tractor Supply.
Gotcha.
I think some of the confusion is that the royal family that owns the plaza and the parking does not own this property. So if they're going to use their neighbor's parking, isn't that true? Smoke Shack is not part of the plaza.
Correct.
So if Smoke Shack's going to use their parking, it'd be like if I had bought property next to you and I came and parked on your property. You can say no, because they're not obligated to provide parking for that parcel next door. This is totally a different, these are two different owners.
Yeah, I
So
understand.
that will not, that really shouldn't impact the plaza, because these people over here on lot 10 to 11 have no right to park over there. I know that they always did in that, but technically, they don't own that. They don't have, as far as I know, they don't have any agreement to use that parking. So really, that parking should be only applied to the plaza, not to the adjoining property, because they have no right to park there.
And when we approved the parking variance for Smoke Shack, we did not approve it back there. It was all parking in front of the restaurant and along the side of the restaurant. I do understand that. And all this is lovely in an office, but when you're in a car and you got to find a place to put that car, sometimes but there was a parking variance, so that's okay, but I still don't have a place to park. So, it's just, it just kind of leads into my next question, which is, where will people park to walk up there? So, it's a walk-up station, but I'm not going to walk to get there. I'm going to drive my car and put it somewhere while I get out and fill up a container and bring it back to my car. Where are these people going to park?
Any parking space in the Royals Plaza would be open to this, for use of this business, but I imagine that they would park adjacent and close by to this water distribution facility.
Right, so this water distribution place is actually borrowing parking places from the Royal Plaza businesses.
Well, it's owned by Royal Plaza, so it's at the discretion of the owners of Royal Plaza.
So Royal Plaza owns the water distribution place.
They either own it or lease it, but they own the land that the water distribution place will be sitting.
And they're going to allow the water distribution place to be there. That's what we're saying.
Correct. They're technically the applicants. They're the owners of this property, and they're the
Okay,
applicants.
so it's okay with them wherever they park in that plaza?
Correct.
Okay. Is this building kiosk going to face north or south, or east or west?
The front that we saw in these pictures, this front elevation will be facing west toward US 27.
Okay. All right. I'm just always nervous when we start setting another precedent and more variances. And it comes to mind quickly that the building that we're trying to construct, because I happen to be on that board of directors for New Hope, and we're getting a lot of pushback from time to time about that building, and the glazing and all of that, and things that we're putting aside for this building. I think that will set a precedent for putting aside for New Hope, and then putting aside for other buildings and this, that, and the other. It just makes me concerned, because if we have something on the books, there's a reason for that. And if every time we turn around we're going to have another variance, then we need to seriously consider what we have on the books, because maybe that's where the real change needs to come, not having something that's on the books that maybe is not applicable now or is not attuned to what this council or any consistent council would like to have. If that's the case, and we're always having to do a variance, maybe we need to look at that. So, and I think the other thing was consistency with the comp plan is taking 2 more parking places out, but I kind of think you answered that already. Okay. There was something about it not facing 27, and you just told me it's going to face west, which should be facing 27. What was the issue with that, or was there an issue with that?
None that I'm aware of. I know at one point during the review process, there was some confusion about that. They prepared the plans they redrew them and they made certain that this would be the exact configuration. So I don't know if maybe you heard something during the review process, but this is what I've received now as part of my package. It will face west.
I just thought I heard that just now, so that's no
No.
big deal. And this is ice and water, and we already have an ice place about a block away, or maybe 2 blocks away. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I didn't see it in here, but is the town providing water for this?
Yes.
Okay.
And there was a full concurrency application prepared by the applicant, and the utilities director confirmed capacity for water. And there will be some wastewater discharge as well, which the town has capacity for.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think I heard you say there'd be stucco banding. So this will not be an aluminum structure?
Correct.
Yeah.
I had a question about landscaping. So this doesn't need any landscaping at all? Didn't fall under any guidelines, because I've never seen anything constructed on 27 that doesn't have landscaping.
Yeah, so I did evaluate that and take that into consideration. So just for a little juxtaposition, so you understand what happened with the ice house down the road by the Western Feed Store. At that time, our landscaping code required hedges along buildings. So when that was installed, they were required to include a hedge line with some irrigation. Since then, our landscaping code has changed, and usually some of the most intense landscaping requirements come from canopy tree coverage. So you have to provide canopy tree coverage for 50% of your vehicular use area. But as noted, we're removing 2 parking spaces, which would usually be vehicular use area, which is usually where landscaping would come into play under our new landscaping code. So I have not required any additional landscaping for this project.
And I doubt Royals would have let you tear up any more pavement to plant trees anyway, so.
Would it be out of the question that we could, please don't kill me, that we could put pots? We always want to put, please don't kill me, but we always want to put pots, Ken. I mean, if we're going to have a little landscaping requirement, we could put pots.
Mr. Durham, can we make that a condition of variance, something like that?
This is a round peg fitting in a square hole, so that would probably be up to the discretion of the applicant. You're limited to the variance, the quasi-judicial nature, the 4 factors that Dana has advised you on, and you need to make those findings of fact and move forward. But certainly the applicant has heard counsel and maybe would want to advise if they would consider that.
Thank you.
I think that puts a burden, because then you need irrigation, and you've got pavement that we're talking about, or somebody has to come daily or every other day to water the plants. So I think there's a burden that could be placed on in order to put a couple plants to the landscaping. But you're comfortable with the proposal as it's being submitted?
I believe it has met all the findings of fact, and it complies with the land development regulations in all other aspects. So I have no objection to the request.
There are self-irrigating pots. We talked about those when we were having pots on Main, so there are self-irrigating
And
pots.
we could ask him to put a mural on the back of it too, you know?
Well, we could do that, but it's a
Just
concrete,
joking.
yes, it's a concrete building, right? It's concrete?
Concrete building, yeah, state approved.
So it's really a building. It's not, a kiosk to me is a little bit more temporary. This is a concrete building. It's going to be permanent. It's going to be like there.
Right.
So I don't know how many of these design standards we want to take a variance from. It's a concrete building. We're putting a building in a parking lot.
I believe that the code was not meant this was not envisioned when our code was written, and so I would make the motion to approve it.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the podium? Hearing none, we'll take it to the audience.
Margaret Deer, 1504 French Street. I dearly love looking out for variances. I am not a huge fan of them. But we didn't ask Wells Fargo to put any pots out by that ATM, and we didn't ask Bank of America to put any pots out there by their ATM. And the way I see it, this is about 3 sizes of an ATM, correct? So 8 by 12. There's a bunch of people that get water from that nasty old water dispensing station by the Family Dollar. I believe that this provides a necessary, healthy, safe, and dare I say even attractive option for a lot of our residents. So personally, I'm a big fan of it. But I really do, I'm all for trying to avoid variances as much as possible, but our code really didn't acknowledge or wasn't prepared, as Joy said, for these kinds of kiosks that are self-service. So I feel like the standard has to be applied to the same thing that goes to Wells Fargo or any other ATM or walk-up service thing. Thank you.
Ken LeBlanc. I kind of agree with what Margaret says. I mean, this is not much different than the Wells Fargo thing or the Bank of America thing, and none of them have, landscaping and all that. Now, if it was in a historic downtown, I might want to see flower pots, But honestly, I think it's going to improve the parking lot that it's going into, because all you see there is just a bunch of asphalt. So, and it's actually, they did a good job of making a reasonable looking building. And I do agree, with all the people, 25,000 people live around this town, a lot of them are on well water. And a lot of them need, better water than they're getting out of the ground with their system. So I think it's not bad the way it's designed.
Okay, bring it back. Poll the council.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes?
No.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we can go to our action agenda, Town of Lake Placid Strategic Plan. All right, Jennifer, it's getting late. You got 30 seconds. You know I'm only joking. Oh, this is... Oh, that should already been over this.
Okay, good evening. For the record, Jennifer Cotto Salisbury. I will just briefly provide an overview. I know that you all had an overview of the strategic plan last Thursday night. I did hand out a copy of the strategic plan, and it is exactly the same, except on the second to the last page on goal number 8. Under the goal, you'll see text that's underlined. It says, the town of Lake Placid will deliver high-quality municipal services through proactive communication, responsive financial management, operational efficiency, transparent government, and proactive long-term planning. And that just goes hand in hand with what's already written with transparency, but we did have a comment after the meeting and wanted to bring that in. The plan otherwise is exactly how you saw it last week, and I'll just hit the high points. Wait for it. So again, the goal of having a plan is to look at focus areas, guide budget and capital decisions, and also have coordinated implementation and provide kind of a tracking mechanism, measurable points in where we've gone. This is non-regulatory, it is just a guide, and it was developed through several community workshops and strategic planning sessions. The mission and the vision are noted in the strategic plan. And it takes the community, and just many thanks to all the folks who attended. And this is just one photo from the different strategic planning sessions. And then there are 8 goals in the plan, and I will just identify them high level. Each goal has objectives and performance measures. The first is strengthening the identity and sense of place. And through the conversations tonight, really even heard that with the item just before us, that identity, the architectural standards. Goal 2 is promote economic vitality and living wage employment, and we just heard from folks over and over again that quality of life, that balance. And then strengthen the downtown as the community heart. And of course you have the CRA plan, which harnesses a lot of that downtown area and a lot of tools in the toolbox, so continuing that effort. And then looking at our infrastructure and resilience. Listening tonight, those are things you have in action where we talk about utilities, stormwater, drainage. So this goal works to bring that forward. And then supporting families, youth, and seniors. Through the engagement, we heard from the community, and we also heard from leaders from our faith-based organizations and nonprofits. It's not only the town, it's those partnerships as we look at supporting our community. And then expanding housing opportunity and affordability. So really, looking at the housing stock we have today, there's a lot of opportunities in different parts of downtown for infill development, but also looking at the greater area outside of downtown, and really looking at opportunities as well. And then connectivity and mobility. A lot of what we heard is connecting our neighborhoods to our schools and our parks, and also to our areas of commerce as well. And then, wait for it, 8. So in goal 8, strengthen public services and governance, and you'll see in the highlighted text, we added proactive communication as well. But really continuing responsible financial management, operational efficiency, transparent governance, and proactive long-term planning. And this is all detailed in the plan. And then the guiding principles include preserving the character. I think almost every single person, when we said, when you think about Lake Placid, what do you think about? And they really cherish the small town character. Elevating the arts and cultural identity. Again, connectivity. So this really encompasses the goals that we have. And then the implementation tools. And you'll find this towards the back of the plan. Looking at budget alignment with the priorities. And again, opportunities for capital and planning with infrastructure. And then as we look at land use and zoning in the future before us, looking at consistency in those requirements. With economic development, one of the key things in downtowns is retaining the businesses you have and opportunities for them to expand, and also welcoming new businesses. And then back to that foundational community partnerships. It does take the community more than one organization to really meet that balance for quality of life. And that is the overview of the plan. We do have a very brief few slides on one of the tools for implementation that we just wanted to highlight. It's just for information only, but as long as we were here tonight and we're also talking about downtown, we just did briefly want to highlight the Florida Main Street program. So I will turn it over to Benicia Frazier. This doesn't impact your strategic plan at all, but is an implementation tool, and applications are now being accepted for this program.
Good evening. Again, my name is Benicia Frazier with the RPC. There are 4 slides. I think I can get this done with one. The Town of Lake Placid has a number of tools in its toolkit. To include the CRA, you have a number of partnerships relative to the Chamber, the Historic Society, the Highlands County Economic Development Organization. This is just another opportunity to advance that toolkit, supplement the toolkit, and focus in on your downtown area. Of note, a number of the conversations that were had during the strategic planning session focused largely on the downtown area. How can we improve upon the downtown area, advance economic development, and provide the community with a better gathering space, so to speak. And a way in which to do that requires very little effort would be for you to apply to be a Main Street organization. The application actually is going to be made available sometime in June, with the closing date sometime in, I believe it's September, so you have several months to make a decision as to whether or not you would want to receive that designation. But certainly that's low-hanging fruit in terms of implementing some of the strategies that were articulated in the strategic plan that was submitted to you last week and reviewed to you tonight. In terms of the Main Street program, it was established in 1985. It's affiliated with the National Main Street Organization. It promotes economic growth, natural, built, cultural, and financial aspects associated with economic development. I'm going to figure out how to use this mouse. And of course, the program focuses on revitalizing the downtown of communities throughout the state of Florida and nationally. In terms of what services the Florida Main Street provides technical assistance. You do have access to the state coordinator. Her name is Kathy Beck. In sort of the research phase of this, we did reach out to Kathy Beck, who serves as the coordinator, to just get some foundational information as to what the process associated with receiving that designation would be, and some things you would want to consider if you choose to move forward with that designation process. I will say that through our conversations, there has been an interest from the town of Lake Placid in times past. And so if you would like to revisit that process, she is available to make a formal presentation as relates to what that would look like, some things you want to consider, and how you would potentially form that Main Street. There's an annual conference, as I'm sure you are aware. There are quarterly meetings. I did provide staff with the upcoming information relative to the next quarterly meeting. We touched on technical assistance, providing updated trends in educational workshops, and access to historic preservation resources. In terms of the requirements, all of that information has been provided to staff in the way of the actual Main Street application and some things you want to include. But just as a cursory review, the requirements of an active Main Street would include a vision and mission statement, goals and objectives, demonstrated community support, which you've already secured via the strategic planning session, operated or adequate operating budget, training and travel, and documentation of an effective local program. which you will have the support of Main Street through the coordinator if you so choose to move forward with that designation process. And so with that, that's the very quick overview of Main Street. If you are interested in moving forward with that designation, we're happy to assist you with the application process and connecting you with the Florida Main Street coordinator. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you for that. I wanted to go back to the strategic plan because I think that's why we're really here, right? I appreciate all the hard work you've done on that. The one thing that I didn't catch that somebody brought to my attention is on the guiding principle application area. The very first one says preserve character while planning for intentional growth. I mean, I'd like to see a word like smart or rational. The word intentional sounds very specific and direct versus I think what we've talked about was smart growth. Keep the small town character, but still have an opportunity for growth. So, and I appreciate putting the communication in because I know that came up. That's really the only comment I have on this, the only change I'd like to see.
I want to thank you, Jennifer, and all of your staff that did all this work. It was fantastic, and all of the meetings, and it was incredible. I'm really glad to have this program, this comprehensive plan, and I think it will help guide us in the future. The Florida Main Street program sounds interesting, but a question. Would this give us extra access to grants for our town if we were a part of the Florida Main Street program?
There is funding through the program itself. The city of Wauchula, the city of Arcadia, the city of Winter Haven, the city of Bartow. We have a number of communities that are Main Street communities. It has opened up additional funding, but also that sense of organization, I want to say, as well. Yeah, there you are.
Would that funding cover the paid professional executive director and a training and travel budget? No.
We would, if you
laughing back there.
Yeah, if you have any interest at all, I would recommend having one of our very successful Main Street programs come and speak. Jessica Newman from Wauchula is amazing. And I'm so sorry tonight. It was just an opportunity to brief you all on an implementation tool.
If I could add to that too, I had the pleasure of working with Jessica in Wauchula, and so I will send this out. I didn't have enough time to, but they just recently, they're in the process of a redevelopment agency, a community redevelopment agency project that is also partnered with a Main Street program. And so they are revitalizing a whole park, literally a whole park, and some of the amenities. They're going to have asphalt parking, grass parking, vehicle drop-off zone, youth softball field, dugout, shaded bleachers, a bullpen, concrete sidewalk, playground, splash pad, picnic pavilion, scoreboard, flagpole, stormwater management pond, a canopy tree, accent tree, palm trees. There's existing amenities that are there, but this is a project that has been long in the building phases, so to speak, but it's in conjunction with their downtown Main Street because of where the park is located.
No, I think that's a great idea, and I think we have to keep in mind that while we do serve probably 25 or 30,000 people in the Lake Placid area, we are a 2,500 person town, and I think that what you just delineated with this park is wonderful. We can't even build a pickleball court, so how can we expect to do a park with 35 million things that you just delineated there, and hire a paid professional executive director with a training and travel budget? Even if that poor professional executive director made $20,000 a year, we couldn't afford it in the town of Lake Placid. So I think it's a great idea. It's a wonderful program. I just don't think we can afford it under that financial, where I'm supposed to be really cognizant of that. That's where you're supposed to come in.
Fiscal responsible.
That's it. See, that's where you're supposed to come in there, see?
But again, it's a concept. I mean, I wasn't prepared for, I call it a walk-on, right? But I think the main thing that we need to close out is the strategic plan, right? And then we can talk about all other kinds of tools and that, and you raised a good point. I didn't, you know, but I think that's where we want to keep coming back to, the strategic plan and any revisions, changes, or adoptions of this. And then, of course, yes, there's grants, there's tools, there's everything, but this is the main, because then from here, now we've got, you know, the plan that we can go after other grants. Do we need, but there's a resolution here, isn't there?
Yeah, there is a resolution.
Yeah, yeah. I guess, does anybody else disagree that just to change the word intentional growth to smart growth? Are we good with that? Uh-oh, she's waving. She's waving. Jennifer, is that fine from your end? Just changing that one?
You want me to get it?
And we could make any changes that y'all would like with a motion to approve with changes, and then the final document.
Yeah,
would
that
have
was
it.
the only one I thought
think-
of and came to me.
I think intentional growth means that you're going to grow the town with a particular end in mind. And I don't know that SMART covers all of that. I think, I kind of like intentional.
Here comes Eva.
I'm not quite sure where we're at, so I'm just going to go ahead and try to make a motion here.
There's a resolution right there.
Okay.
Now, would you be fine with the word rational?
I think the mayor needs to
Okay.
read the title. The mayor needs to read the title.
Yeah, so all right, I'll read the resolution. Resolution number 2026-08. No, that's the wrong
2026.
number.
Wrong one.
06.
06. I'm on the wrong one.
Yep.
What I did.
Yep. There we go.
Sorry.
Resolution 2026-06, a resolution of the Town of Lake Placid, Florida, adopting the Town of Lake Placid Strategic Plan 2026-2030 in parentheses to establish priority focus areas, comma, guide budgeting and capital planning decisions, comma, support coordinated implementation, comma, and providing accountability through performance tracking, period.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2026-06 with the one change of changing intentional growth to rational growth.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any other comments from the podium? All right, seeing none, I'll take it to the audience.
Ken LeBlanc. Yeah, I think they did a great job on the strategic plan. I think that's really awesome. When it comes to Main Street Manager, I think it is something that we ought to be considering. I think in 2 years that I've been on the CRA, we've put flower pots on Main, we've re-landscaped Interlake, we haven't done much else. I was in Avon Park this week with the Main Street Manager up there because they started a Main Street program recently, and she's a real go-getter. She's got me up there, multiple other developers up there trying to pitch developing in the downtown to revitalize their historic downtown, and she's part-time. And she even said she'd be willing to be part-time with us also and be part-time manager. But the Main Street program doesn't require a full-time manager. I think you got to start, it requires at least a part-time manager. And her funding is partially from the CRA, but also partially from raising funds from the community, the business community. So, and then from what she was telling me, I believe she can help implement the CRA's plan. I mean, one of the biggest problems we have is we don't have the staff to accomplish the work in the CRA's plan. And it seems to me like the Main Street is a mechanism to help accomplish CRA goals. And I don't understand how all that works. I haven't studied it, but I think it's worth listening to somebody coming and telling us all about the program so we can decide if it's something that could benefit us. And, it's, she seems to be doing good things, there. And, anyways, I think it's worth listening to. Yeah.
Pam Ventress, 12373 Lost Lake Drive, Lake Placid. Just a comment, so the motion was for rational growth, or what did you say? Because when y'all were talking about it, it was replace intentional growth with smart growth, is what
Right, and Councilwoman Hayes didn't like the word smart, so I said.
Right, I liked intentional. She also said, she liked intentional. I like intentional, but smart, okay, but rational, what does that mean?
It's smart, it's intentional, rationale.
But it's smart and it's intentional. There was at least 6 strategic planning meetings. You had a bunch of people over a lot of time. Can we get some clarification on why the word intentional is in there? I just think rational is completely different than smart or intentional. I know I'm picking at stuff and it's late at night, sorry.
Honestly, I like smart better than rational. I don't know what rational means either. I think intentional is fine, but I understand. But I would rather have it be smart instead of rational, if you guys don't mind.
We all know what we want.
We know what we want, yeah. Whatever.
Okay, bring it back. Poll the council.
Councilmember Charles?
Yes.
Councilmember Eberhardt?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayes?
Yes, I'm not going to hold this up on one word. Yes.
Councilmember Worley?
Yes.
I'm sorry to come back. So did we end on smart? Are we on smart or intentional or rational? Which word did we go with?
Rational.
The motion was rational.
All right, before we move on, over the weekend, we had a tragic accident down at the beach at Bishop Park. We lost a young man of our community. He was diving off the pier, and don't know what happened, but he was pronounced at Advent Hospital. It's bad enough to lose a member of the community, but the young man worked for us, John Carnahan. And I just wanted to make sure that we reached out to the family and gave him our condolences and that we want to definitely say a prayer for him. So if you know the family, just, let them know that their loss is our loss. And like I said, it's bad enough to lose a member of the community, but to lose a member of our family too is pretty bad, so. Okay.
I was asked where he worked previously, and he actually worked in our utilities department. He was a Class C operator, so he used to work for us in the utilities department about 5 years ago.
Is he related to Scott?
That I cannot answer. Chief.
I'm not sure.
Chief, do you know if he's related to Scott Carnahan?
I'm going to venture a guess and say probably it's the Carnahan family here in Lake Placid.
Okay. I don't have much staff here, but take it to our town administrator.
We're just busy moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you for all your
How
support.
about a town attorney?
Nothing further.
All right. Okay, we'll start. You got anything else, Eva? Okay. We'll go down. Colleen?
The only thing I have is I understand there's a candidate forum that a lot of you will be participating in at Wet Dogs. I'm unavailable that date, so I wish you all the best of luck.
Nell?
I think that it's important that we revisit, don't kill me, and not now, but that we revisit pickleball. We've talked about the grants. We know that there's some deadlines on the grants. I've read this wonderful evaluation provided by Mr. Durham's staff, and I think it's a very good evaluation on where we are with pickleball. I don't think personally, and it appears in this evaluation, that we cannot do piggyback contracts for this. I think it's important that it was mentioned about the cost escalation due to the passage of time. I think we need to remember that we as a council, and maybe some of you weren't on council at the time, but we voted to build these pickleball courts, and we owe it, I think, to the people of Lake Placid to come through on our promises, because we said that we would build these courts, and I think we need to move forward. If now it means that we can't build the same amount of courts, we have to scale back and build a smaller amount and maybe add later, then fine, but I think we need to get a fork in the ground on these things. And, you know, I think it's important that we all talk about transparency. And I think one of the tenets of transparency is if we decide and duly vote on something on this council and say we're going to do a certain thing or act in a certain manner, that transparency means that we do that. And this has been ridiculous because we voted on this in 2022 and it is now 2026. And people are going to come to the podium and ask me why we can't get a decent quote on a contract. Well, because we spent 4 years trying to do it. So I think it's important that we go out to bid as soon as possible, and the only way we can do that is if it appears on the agenda for next time. So I'm making an official request that it be on the agenda for the next regular meeting. I was going to call for a special meeting, but I can't because it would be nice if I would be there, and I can't be there. So we'll go for the next regular meeting, and if I am not successful in my election bid, I'll be right there at that podium. Okay? Thank you.
Debra? Joe? No, nothing? All right, is there anything else come before town council? Meeting adjourned.
All right. I dropped this pill.